brace yourselves. It's more psychic damage time. It's ready to get back into the, we got to get back into the content mill. We got to get back into the content grind. Get ready. Trailer Park Boys, the movie, not this time. The one that we're going to be taking a look at right now is Jordan Peterson talking to James Lindsay. The reason why this is so interesting is because Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay can be viewed as anti-social justice warrior people, people who have been against the left and against the progressive and against the far left. However, they have noticed all the sociopaths and psychopaths and shills and pundits and grifters that are amongst them. And so they decided to talk smack about them, which has caused a miniature civil war in the right wing in reference to these grifters, pundits, and psychopaths that have ingratiated themselves into the right wing and into alternative media. So without further ado, we're going to take a look at it and see what these two brilliant but sometimes misguided gentlemen have to say about the scenario.
Trouble for now.
The woke right. It's a fraught term, right? Because you have woke, which they associate with left. You have right, which they associate obviously with the right. And so now you've got a paradox.
It's troublesome for those with a conservative bent to throw away the idea of institutional legitimacy. The only possible antidote to really unrestrained investigation. The idea seems to be something like the more radical the revolutionary precept, the more likely something Luciferian is behind it.
So now we're talking at a very abstract, I think metaphysical is the right word, level for what represents woke. This isn't going to be recognizable to your average Joe on the street who's dealing with, a pride parade. But
and they are called pride parades.
They are called
pride parades. And the cardinal sin of Lucifer is pride.
This is going to be schizophrenic, isn't it? That's fine. We love schizophrenia.
Hello, everybody. My guest today is James Lindsay, who's been a commentator on cultural affairs for a good 10 years, I suppose longer than that, but being well known for that long. He was one of the people, along with Helen Pluckrose and others, who published a sequence of papers in radical journals that were not genuine, let's put it that way, and that was very scandalous. It was part of an attempt to expose the pathology of the the pathology that had set into certain aspects of the academic institutions, and it's become much more widespread now. James has got himself in trouble in recent months, once again, for popularizing the phrase woke right by accusing or pointing out, depending on your perspective, the fact that various members of the so-called right are engaging in shenanigans that are very much reminiscent of those that characterize the radical left. And so that's what we talk about today, the nature of the woke right. I discussed the overlap between such behavior and classification of psychopathology with James, the relationship between woke behavior, mobbing, extreme perspectives, self-victimization, protest, gaming the system, and cluster B psychopathology, narcissism, histrionic behavior, borderline, antisocial, and the dark tetrad. And we attempted to determine how...
Wrong, John. Wrong. Jordan Peterson has this sick suit that he wears sometimes. He does wear crazy suits, but I do think it's just him like playing around because he's a multimillionaire now, so he can afford to do it. But I love these suits, bro. I think they're so dumb, but I think they're so dope. Like there's this scene. I'm gonna go ahead and show it to you because I think it's great. Or actually, I can't. Dang it, because I don't want to get copyright struck. But Jack Donaghy is a CEO character from a comedy series called 30 Rock that was popular in the thousands. And Jack Donaghy meets his future self, who is wearing like a tie that doesn't match his outfit. Like allegedly, I wouldn't even know the difference. But he's like, "Oh, your tie matches your outfit too much. Isn't that a faux pas?" And he's like, "I'm power clashing, and I do it because I can." and then this Jack Donaghy is like taken aback, like, "Oh." And so I feel like this is one of Alec Baldwin's greatest characters, by the way. Jack Donaghy is like a phenomenal character. And so, no, I think Jordan Peterson is power clashing. I think he's wearing a gauche, brazen suit in order to like challenge people to kind of like make fun of it. But let's face it, in my opinion, this fit goes hard as hell. I love this fit. I would wear this like I would wear this like an MFer. I think it's great. All right. Anyways, anybody can rock like a traditionally attractive suit, right? James' partners for these editorials want nothing to do with him because he likes Jordan Peterson grifted to the right. Well, here's the thing, though, is if people grifted super hard to the right, but they're still liberals, and now they're going to war with the schizo right, then I want to be on their side, too. Because I'm like, I would argue center right on plenty of issues, and yet I'm treated like a left-wing communist freak for not being a MAGA cultist. And so if there are more people who are waking up to the fact that like apologia for MAGA is enabling cultist freaks, I 100% want that. So Commander Haircut says Jordan Peterson was down with delegitimizing scientific journals until it started affecting vaccines. Yeah. Listen, we all get hoisted by our own petards. We are all hoisted by our own pride, as I'm sure we'll discuss momentarily. I actually just laughed out loud in the office. Thank F, I'm the last one here. All right. 30 Rock based beyond this world. It is. Is that Alec Baldwin's brother? No, it was a time traveler. Anyways, moving on.
Our views align and how they differ. And, well, it's a walk through the dark side of ideology. So join us for that. Nice to see you, Dr. Lindsay.
It's good to see you, Dr. Peterson.
It's been 2 years, eh?
It's been 2 years.
Yeah. So what are you in trouble for now?
The woke right.
Lay it out, man.
It's a fraught term, right? People see it as paradoxical because you have woke, which they associate with left. You have right, which they associate obviously with the right. And so now you've got a paradox. And so I've caused myself some trouble by calling a radical segment, not the whole right, a radical segment of the right, woke right, which I kind of started doing, I guess, last fall, September. Yeah. I started using it before that, the term. I didn't invent the term. A lot of people accuse me of inventing the term or credit me with it. This term has been in rough circulation, floating around in the internet space for at least since middle of 22. So it's not a brand new term. I just adopted it and went kind of hard about it. And the simplest explanation I give people for, well, what do you mean by woke right? How does that make sense? And I say, well, it's woke people who call themselves conservatives. And some of them don't, though. They call themselves right wing. And they distinguish that conservatives and right wing are different. But it's woke people. So the whole suite of behaviors, beliefs, even the deep metaphysical constructs underneath those beliefs. And as you recently pointed out, I think the psychology that generates those beneath all of that, the cluster B personality disorders are presenting and the psychopathologies, psychopathy itself sometimes, all of that kind of feeds upward into this concept of woke, which I think we, can talk pretty fruitfully about. But I don't believe it can only be presented through, left-wing causes. You can present it in terms of right-wing causes or religious causes or other causes, because it's the pathological expression of an ideology or of a belief structure that ultimately is woke. And
so to kind of steelman this, summarize it in my own perspectives, is that we already know this, okay? And what I mean by that is that oftentimes lefties will say that communists like Stalin are not real communists because communism is the moneyless, stateless, classless society, and socialism is the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. That's how leftists describe it. And so when they look at like Stalinist Russia or Maoist China, they might see some gestures to these concepts, but they don't see the implementation of these concepts. And what they will say instead is that Mao to a lesser degree, Stalin to a definite degree, and Pol Pot to a definite degree are temperamentally right-wingers who have adopted the ideology of leftism, but use it as a fig leaf with which to implement a kind of like state capitalist, authoritarian, dystopian nightmare. And so they effectively accuse even the most ardent and aggressive of socialists and communists throughout history of being closeted or open right-wingers. because right wing versus left wing is deference to like institutions and power, whereas the left wing is oftentimes a deference to people and their well-being. And that comes from like the French Revolution. That's what we mean when we're talking about left wing and right wing. And so James Lindsay has taken I'm a very verbose person, so I guess I have a future in this field. James Lindsay took a very verbose way to say that there are psychopaths on the right as well, and they also co-opt things that we typically think of good in these spheres, like mild social conservatism, religiosity, Christianity, anti-communism, anti-fascism. They'll take these things and they will take them to an extreme, not because of they're unique within the ideology, but because of psychopathology, because of the way that they think. And so they're effectively, he said, there's psychopaths on the left, there's psychopaths on the right. The psychopaths on the right are currently being emboldened, and we need to watch out for them.
So this term has confused people. It's angered people. I decided to try to put.
Who is it angered?
Well, this is the thing. This is what has, I'll use this word. This is a heavy word for the beginning of a conversation, but this is what has dismayed me. I knew it would anger the people that it applies to, in my opinion, because who would want to be called woke right, first of all? And second of all, it limits their ability to interact because they have a label that's not a good label that sticks to them. But what I'm dismayed over is that almost I hate to use this word so glibly, but what I refer to sort of as a bookmark as elite MAGA, or the more who's who of the conservative movement seems entirely captured by this as well. And they also became upset, saw me as a turncoat and a traitor against the movement.
One of the things I think, you tell me what you think about this,
based.
I don't think we should name any names in this podcast, if that's okay with you.
That's totally fine.
Okay, we can talk about why that is as we progress. Okay, good. I mean, I wasn't going to make that a cut and dried rule, but I have my reasons. So you just referred to.
If I had to guess, I'm sure that they're going to expand into this now, but it's kind of a shoe fit scenario where if you get pissed off about characterizing parts of the right wing as like degenerate, dysgenic, antisocial, freakish, sociopathic, self-serving, and then you're like, oh, how dare you? Then you're kind of like announcing that you're probably one of those people, which is what I think is like so funny about this conversation. In particular, Jack Posobiec, Mike Cernovich, and I'm trying to think of a few other people, but there's like a few other right-wing people. I think Nick Fuentes and also Sargon of Akkad. They've all been like, how dare you call this out? And in so doing, in my opinion, they identified themselves as being criticized within this description of psychopathology. And I think that's hilarious because they effectively they laid out, like Christian Blair says, walked into the trap, B word. It's like, we're describing a series of nefarious behaviors and then you're getting upset because you're effectively saying, I resemble that remark. It's pretty awesome.
Some comments I made on Fox News and also to some degree on Rogan, talking about, and I've actually written a fair passel on this. There's been this idea that the extremes of political belief meet, hey?
Yeah.
And so let's hash that out a little bit. You seem to find useful or possibly accept this additional diagnostic distinction, which would be cluster B or dark tetrad.
That's right. I actually wrote about this. I don't know if you know, in 2020.
That specifically?
In December, yes, in 2020. I called the article something like Psychopathy and the Origins of Totalitarianism, and I published that at the end of December of 2020. I put forth the hypothesis, which of course I got from somewhere else in significant part. I had read that infamous, quirky, but I think important book, Political Polarization.
Yes.
Is that Lubachevsky or something like this is that name, the author. And I had read that and found it striking. And at the same time, almost, I think sometimes, a chapter here, a chapter there, I read I think one of the most important essays in English, which is Joseph Pieper's.
Celeste says that this dude looks too much like JD Vance and it makes you sick. My recommendation, just listen, don't watch the screen, okay? It's two guys talking in an office. You're not going to miss anything by minimizing this and listening it into the background. You might miss some of my facial expressions, but if you're going to throw up, then, exercise caution, I would say.
Abuse of language, abuse of power. I don't know if you've heard of this. Joseph Pieper was a Catholic, and he wrote this. I don't know what else he did, honestly. I should probably look into it. But he wrote this essay, Abuse of Language, Abuse of Power, and talked about how tyrants arrange an abused version of the prevailing language to mislead people into the tyrannical program. And it's in two sections, two parts. It's been 5 years since I've read it, so forgive the details. But there's, in a sense, two chapters to this long essay. And one of the two is very Catholic in its orientation, and one of them is this more general thesis. And it was extremely interesting. But of course, in political ponerology, you also have the discussion of the importance of language, which of course we were seeing with the social justice woke movement as well, that they're misusing words like racism very blatantly. And so in political ponerology, you have this claim he makes that he says, well, with the psychopath, what he calls a pathocracy, what you have is you have people who are psychologically disordered, who create a vision of the world. They need other people to play in it. And the way that they do this is by creating, he calls it a second language. So it's the same language, but the words now refer to other things. Of course, having read the postmodernists like Derrida, I'm picturing all of
That's what happens in the Tower of Babel.
That's right. That's right. That's exactly
Remember,
right.
words lose their meaning and no one can understand.
That's right.
Nobody can understand each other.
So they reorient the discourses. And then what he says actually solves the tyrannical problem. This is the Lobachevsky's, if I'm saying his name is right, his thesis. What solves it is that a third language evolves that unmasks the second language and allows people to see it for what it is and in fact laugh at it. And so this is what takes it apart. So I read these two essays.
Oh, I don't know if they're going to make the connection, and I'm not going to try to be too mean too early, but how are they not seeing this as Trump? Okay. How are they not instantaneously identifying this with the entire MAGA movement? Because when you're talking about Trump, in my opinion, everyone who listens to Trump, they always steel man everything they has. It's kind of like a Rorschach test where he's like, the Mexicans, right? It's like Mexico isn't sending their best. They're sending rapists and thieves and murderers, and I guess some of them are good people, right? A very famous quote from Trump. And so what the Trump people believe is that, well, there are criminal elements of the immigration. And so therefore, the Democrats and our federal government has neglected their duty to protect us. Therefore, we need to go after the criminal rapists and murderers. But the liberals and the progressives and all that the kind of stuff, they're like, okay, well, Trump is using dehumanizing language in order to vilify Central and South American immigrants who are a substantive part of our economy and culture. And he's going to use that as a pretext with which to vilify this group and then deport them. Well, what's been proven out in the long term is that they're both kind of right. The Trump crowd uses the criminals as a propagandistic tool with which to also dismiss people who would be regarded as like innocent, relatively speaking, healthy, happy, productive members of society. And so Trump created an internal language where everyone's a criminal. And then the progressives kind of like saw through the charade, but we were using different words in order to describe it. So our language isn't effective. And then now the charade is kind of like fully implemented. And some people are waking up and some people are tripling down on the vision that Trump has presented. And so that's my frustration is maybe I'm early, I guess. But the fact that people like Sitch and Adam and JMac, who I do love, I love Sitch, I love JMac, I think they're great people overall. However, the fact that they've been like suckered in by this orbit of these authoritarian, dystopian, postmodern linguistic clowns on the right wing, it's like you were able to recognize it instantaneously in the left. How are you not able to recognize it in the right? And I think that it's like self-deluding to a degree. Christian Valera says, Valor, because they're oblivious D words who are getting high on their own rhetorical skills as opposed to determine the key problem. Well, listen, man, I mean, I'm with you, but my marriage to like reality or the truth as I see it is too strong for me to like just go along. Trust me, there's been plenty of plenty of like conscious and subconscious appeals where effectively what I was told is, why don't you go along to, why don't you go along to get along and you'll get further? And it's like, well, I'm not going to go along to get along with, I wasn't going to go along and get along with the left when the left was losing its mind and going crazy a decade ago and a half decade ago. I'm not going to go along to get along on the right when the right is embracing all of the worst behaviors of the far left. Like, why would I do that? And yet, that's kind of what's implied by some of my alternative media peers is go along to get along and you'll get further, which is like, in my opinion, kind of gross. Webmaster4531 says, Adam and Sitch just want to be their weird form of centrist, even if it doesn't make sense. Yeah, I get that, but that's like the problem with centrism, right? I would even say that I'm a centrist. I would even say that James Lindsay and Jordan Peterson are centrist, but it gets so ephemeral that you can just get like locked into any random tribal group because it's easier, right? It's easier to just get locked into a tribal group. Both Lindsay and Jordan Peterson identify psychopaths because those psychopaths are obvious but don't want to get thrown out of the cult. Well, right. I think that Christian Valeros, I think that's part of the motivation for not naming names is, number one, they want the sociopaths and psychopaths to step into their own rhetorical trap. But number two, they don't want to say it's Trump and Trump cultists, and they don't want to say it's Cernovich and Candace Owens and maybe to a lesser degree Charlie Kirk, because then they start creating enemies within their own tribe unnecessarily if they can go along to get along, if the people don't fall into the rhetorical trap.
And I'm taken in by them. Of course, I'd been reading the postmodern literature quite a lot. I had been reading Lyotard, the postmodern condition, and he has this very confusing they're all very confusing sections throughout the whole book. This very confusing section about this thing called legitimation by parology, that he accuses all knowledge-seeking enterprises, including the sciences, of being legitimation by parology. And there's this story that goes along where he's teaching legitimation by parology to his students at some point, somebody's teaching Lyotard to their students, a philosophy professor, and says, okay, so what do you think legitimation by parology means? And everybody comes up with crazy ideas because you can barely get it from the text. And finally, the professor says it means false legitimation through consensus. You get everybody to agree.
Okay.
And so I framed out this essay in terms of saying that what the pathocracy or the pathological ideological state, which becomes a vehicle for that pathology that serves the psychopaths at the center of it, the way that it operates is it generates a parology, a second false logic that defines the ideology, and a paramorality, a second false set of values and virtues that also defines the parameters, the social parameters and the psychosocial parameters. How do I know if I'm a good person? How do I fit in with my society? And so I write this long essay. My poor assistant, I got in trouble for this. I had him publish it on Christmas. I was so excited about it. Christmas Day, we put this out. And, very long essay explaining that this is what I see as at the root, because I was trying to diagnose and explain to people what nobody was calling woke yet at the time, at the end of 2020, or maybe we had just begun to call woke. We were trying to diagnose and explain this social justice left phenomenon. And so I put out this essay and said, I think at the root, underneath the whole thing, there's the same psychopathologies that motivated people like Lenin and Stalin and all this. And I didn't have the psychological chops. I was aware of dark triad or tetrad terminology. I did know quite a bit about the cluster B personality disorders because I knew some people who were basically rabid feminists in the 2010s, and they were all talking about how they had various schizoidal personality, and that one may be cluster A. I'm not totally sure. Yeah, and then they had the borderline, antisocial, histrionic, narcissistic would come up again and again. And I think that actually is paranoid's cluster C, right? Yeah. My reading, for example, of Derek Bell, one of the founders of critical race theory, is that he had very likely suffered both paranoia and schizoidea, which are both mentioned by Lobachevsky as well as indicative. I can't say any about any of the cluster Bs. So that I think it's a little broader than just that one cluster. appear. Conspiracy theories or paranoid thinking, for example.
Yeah, right.
So hold on, guys. So you guys are all, you're like, oh, this guy's crazy. He sounds like a weasel. These guys like the smell of their own farts. Dude, you're missing out on something. I'm going to read the dono real quick. Thank you for the donation, by the way. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, Kingslayer Damocles. It's like when the Dems say we need to ban weapons of war, but they are pro 2A, even though Miller specifically says military weaponry is covered under 2A. Yeah, well, thank you for the donation. Yeah, it's I don't know if you're saying that knowledge comes from consensus, which I think is what he was saying, is that all knowledge is derived from consensus rather than, let's say, like objective analysis of reality, right? But one of the things that's so funny about this is it's like an in-group, they were talking about like in-group virtue signaling for, you know, like a new morality that doesn't have to do with the analysis of reality, but has to do with whether, like, your new morality within the thing. So hold on, I'm looking for it, but there was this argument. I remember when Trump posted about Kilmar Abrego's tattoos and Magus had the audacity to argue he thought the blah, 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 blah was symbolism. Nope, turns out he was tricked by MS Paint and the symbol doesn't mean that either, so don't try it. So there's only 3 comments here, so that's not the one that I want, but that is the interview I want to show, because Trump was arguing, it might be here, this might be a good one. So Trump is arguing that it is literally tattooed, that MS-13 is literally tattooed on this dude's hands, and he insists on it like 3 times to this journalist who knows that he's wrong. But if you check out the comments from MAGA people, you're a disgrace, defending this piece of garbage. He threatened to kill his wife and boasts about getting caught if he did. That has nothing to do with the tattoos. You're a weird little man. I'm just going to trust the big guy. Okay, so he's saying that actually he's just going to believe Trump, even if he's factually untrue. We all, hold on, you're an idiot. Nobody gives a darn about the disingenuous game of semantics you clowns are trying to play. The tattoos are well-known, documented MS-13 symbolism. So he's sweeping for Trump as well. Only beat on the stupid meter. The picture of the tattoos on his hand wasn't Photoshop, Bill. The photos were digitally labeled with the characters MS-13 in an attempt to explain the meaning of the tattoos. That is against what his own like hero is saying, and he's sweeping for them. And I saw this argument from other Trump people that were saying that even though Trump was 100% dead wrong, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. And so it's not the morality of objective analysis, because if it was objective analysis, you could say, yeah, he's wrong, but he's right that this dude should be deported. That could be like a really easy thing to say, but they can't even admit that he's wrong in the first place. And so that's where the psychopathology, the analysis, you guys might find this like dry and boring or whatever, but to me, this is actually like, I don't know. I like these kind of conversations, I guess. But the reason why it's important is because this psychopathology, these cluster B personalities, whatever they're talking about, it's so true. It's so true of MAGA that these guys, I hope that they are currently experiencing cognitive dissonance to the degree where they're like, oh my God, I just enabled all of the bad stuff that I was calling out the left for. I just enabled all of it 10x, 1,000x on the right. Because that is what they did. And that's what I've been complaining about for years. So the fact that Jordan is waking up to it is actually like, it's almost a breath of fresh air. It really is. John says, this is why I like Connor. You have real principles, unlike most on the right. Dude, listen, you don't have to like Jordan. He's done plenty of bad things or whatever. He's swept for plenty of very stupid people, including Trump. However, I think he got wrapped up with hanging out with Trump sycophants and apologists for way too long. And so as a result, he got sucked up into it. But I think that James Lindsay calling it out and getting attacked, and Jordan Peterson waking it out, calling it out and getting woken up, this could be what the right wing needs to wake up. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying it's going to happen overnight, but thank God it's not just me. Whew. One of my closest held beliefs is that the more someone references oblique terminology, the less they understand it. Sometimes. I use a lot of really complex words sometimes. I love complex words. Philip Coffey says the easiest way to tell if someone understands an idea is to see if they can explain it accurately in as simple language as possible. I do try to do that as well, too. I like to use really complex words, but if somebody asks me the definition of something, oftentimes in debate, people will do like 3-minute definitions for words, whereas I will try to do it in like 5. And then if people say, well, what do those 5 subcomponents mean? Then I expand the subcomponents. Conservative liberalism says not Photoshop. They were digitally labeled. This is the definition of pissing into the wind. And even the people who are right about this win nothing. Yep, agreed. But I think it's part of the psychopathology. It's where in my opinion, Trump is at the head of this cult, right? And so Trump has to be right in all things all the time. And even if he's wrong about something, he still needs to be right about something from the steelman perspective. And so his sycophants cannot concede any level of incorrectness to any critics. Sacred Snow says, I hate the Dem stance on 2A. I wish they'd stop focusing on weapons bans. I think they would start over on gun laws and make a simple set of federal guns laws that are focused on making sure the gun ownership is physically and mentally fit to own weapons. I think there are some obvious bans like explosives and whatnot, but other than that, drop the bans. Sacred Snow, not only am I with you, I sent that to my DC signal chat of Democrats, and they were like, lol, I get it, but I don't think that's going to fly with all our friends. And I was like, okay, great. Well, enjoy losing, guys. Kingslayer says that Super Chat was in relation to how MAGA will steelman and work hard to say Trump's conduct is within the Constitution. Oh, yeah, especially when it's extra constitutional. They will bend themselves into pretzels in order to pretend that he's following the Constitution. Yeah. All right. Conservative liberalism says, I guess that's a silver lining of the MS-13 tattoo saga. It's demonstration of Kool-Aid drinkers and their mentality. I guess we do need to count our wins. We do need to count our blessings. Let's let the nerds talk some more.
And schizoids tend to have imaginary conversations with people who aren't there on a, childish, fictional level. They're pretending the world is the way that it should have been for their emotions when they were 9 years old. That's the split, the skits and the schizoidal. And so they write these elaborate stories about how the world's supposed to be, and then they have outbursts when the world doesn't match that. And Derek Bell was famous for writing these missives where he would present them as evidence of racism at Harvard, where he had an imaginary conversation with a dean and then would write the whole imaginary conversation down. And I'm thinking, this is so disordered, not just disordered thinking, but this is psychologically disordered, that you would then present this hypothetical conversation as evidence. But at any rate,
for a
long time, I've thought that's there.
Okay, so let's lay down some theses and tell me what you think of them. So the first is that about 4 to 5% of the population, maybe more, has dark tetrad cluster B traits to some significant degree. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so that was histrionic, narcissistic, antisocial, and psychopathic, right? That's the cluster B cluster. Whether those are psychopathologies, like illnesses, that's a matter of dispute. There are certainly forms of severe social misbehavior, manipulative social misbehavior.
Yes.
And people who fall into those categories will use cries of victimization to parasitize.
Yes.
Right. So they're parasitizing on empathy. That's one hallmark, right? They have disordered interpersonal relationships, often very intense. They're predatory, particularly the antisocial types. That's more straight, repetitive criminals. Very stable pattern of behavior.
Yeah.
So let's say 4 to 5%. It's probably increased because of the net. That would be my guess, because it's not well regulated on the net, because most of our evolved mechanisms for dealing with such people don't work. Especially, we could talk about anonymity, because I can understand why people defend it, but by the same token, it allows you to escape from your well-deserved reputation.
With Mother's Day just around the corner, I wanted to share.
Oh, no. Listen, I am of the opinion, I do not think that you will ever be able to persuade me. Sure. So, sorry, webmaster, if you're not finding this exciting. I find that amongst the flowery terminology and the $14 words and the 7-letter words, I think there's actually something here. Okay, so you are never going to be able to convince me that internet anonymity needs to go away. And the reason why is because I think that the threat of sociopaths and psychopaths on the internet is nowhere near the issue that the government would be able to abuse the removal of anonymity from the internet. They would effectively be able to use all of your digital history as a way to socially, economically punish you for whatever misbehavior that you've done on the internet. They would be able to do that and use those as files to punish you when realistically their motivations might be like criticism of the government, right? And so as a result, I don't think you'll ever convince me that internet anonymity needs to go away, right? That being said, one of the things that is Webmaster 4531, this is kind of dumbing it down, not because you can't pay attention, but because it's boring. They're saying that there are predators in the population, that those predators are now more relevant and maybe even increased in size because of internet anonymity. You can be a vicious, rude, condescending, aggressive, psychopathic piece of garbage on the internet and not suffer social consequence. Whereas if you did that within like at work, or if you did that with your family, or if you did that within your community, you would be socially punished for it. And so this is where, yeah, like I'm with him that trying to figure out how to hold social consequence for sociopaths on the internet might be something worth looking into. But at the same time, I think that's just cancellation. The problem with cancellation is, of course, like the mob and the mob going after innocent people. That's the problem with cancellation. But cancellation is a social mechanism for going after predators. That does go hard, to be honest. I mean, I'm with you. I just want JBP to be better. So I like this content. I want old JBP back. Me too, man. I'm with you. Pachydermis absurdus, an American Robert Francis Prevost is the new pope. His name is Leo the 14th. Good for him. Our founders wrote pamphlets under pseudonyms for a reason. It was for anonymity, but it also served to detach ideas from any preconceptions of people. Right. Exactly. I think that serves more social utility than identifying sociopaths. I think you can identify sociopaths through trial and error and education, and then people can choose who to associate with based off of how shitty they are. Commander Haircut says, advocating for anonymity, not for the freedom from persecution, but for the freedom from your well-deserved reputation. That is a fire quote. It's a fire quote, and I don't know what to do about it. I'm going to have to think about it. But anyways, quick shill time. Like the stream. If you haven't liked it already, it is free. It helps us in the algorithm. It lets other people know we're live. If they would enjoy this content, then they can come check us out and also leave comments. Engage in chat. I do see, dozens of people fighting in chat. It is fun. If you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, then feel free to do a super chat. Never required. Always appreciated. And besides that, I would say if you have to go for a reason, you got to go to work, you got to take care of your family, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to dip out. We are posting VODs to the Counterpoints channel. So if you miss a segment and you wanted to check it out, go over to the Counterpoints home channel, watch the VOD. It'll give me ad revenue, and I will greatly appreciate that. Continuing with the topic, I am going to fast forward the preborn commercial.
They're an amazing mix. They're free state.
You can't punch some aggression and right.
So that's
years ago.
Again, that's pre.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that's
years ago, by the way, you said that one of the features, you got in trouble for this, and you were right, of course. But you said one of the features of our moment was that there's male aggression and female aggression that express themselves differently.
Yeah.
And male aggression, I don't know if you use this terminology, but I think it's something to this effect, doesn't upload very well.
Yeah.
You can't punch somebody in the nose through the screen.
Yeah.
But female aggression, the social aggression, uploads very well. But what it turns out is this cluster B or dark tetrad manipulation uploads almost even better.
Yes.
You can have 50 accounts. You can, switch from one to the other. You can create entire false environments that your targets have to engage in.
It's particularly true because it's literally cost free.
Yeah.
Right. So you might imagine that any storehouse of value is likely to be parasitized to the degree that you can invade it for no cost.
Yeah, that's totally right.
Okay, so this is what I think happened to the universities, right? Is that they're whale carcasses, and they've been invaded by parasites. And the whale carcass idea is a very old one. It's a huge storehouse of value, right? So since World War II, the West was on a pretty productive trajectory, and we generated massive storehouses of value in many, many places. those would be financial storehouses, but reputational storehouses that's even more germane. Like Harvard has both. It did have both, right?
Have both.
$53 billion plus a stellar reputation.
Yeah, the best brand in America.
Exactly. And
in the world.
Next to Disney.
Yeah, right.
Right, which is another storehouse of value that's been severely parasitized. Okay, so...
Ooh. Guys, like I know, like you just think that they're two boomers smelling their own farts, but I swear to God, there's something real here. So Commander Haircut points out the whale carcass is hugely valuable. You know, think about it. Fat, blubber, meat, all that kind of stuff. That's why, you know, metaphorically throughout history, I'm sure that like a dead whale was used as effectively like a living trophy, right? Like a living gold mine is the blubber and meat from a whale, because a blue whale is so large, right? And what they're saying is that the likelihood of a system's ability to be parasitized is its inability to defend itself. And that's one of the interesting things about liberalism is so tolerant of so many different ideologies that effectively there are a whole bunch of parasites. I would say that the fascists in our society are a kind of parasitic ideology. The authoritarian communists in our society are a parasitic ideology. I would say that Islamists are a parasitic ideology that want to latch on to the liberal system and use the liberal system's power and wealth, the billions of souls and the untold material wealth, for its own gain. And so as a result, that's one of my criticisms of liberalism. This is part of the reason why I identify with conservatism, is that liberalism as a governing philosophy is great because it allows for the maximum amount of human freedom possible within an ordered society. That's what liberalism does well, in my opinion. What liberalism does poorly, the reason why I don't think that you should use it as a personal philosophy, is because it doesn't give you the ability, in my opinion, to identify predators and parasites with which to defend yourself from. And so my argument to you, particularly if you identify as more left than me, is that you should consider what kind of antisocial, negative, shitty behaviors do you tolerate out of a sense of like liberal indulgence, and whether or not your liberal indulgence is being taken advantage of by those people, whether it's homeless people taking advantage of you for money and drugs, whether it's drug addict friends and family who are taking advantage of you for money for drugs, whether it's members of your community engaging in bullying who are aggressive to you or aggressive to other people and you don't quite know how to stand up for yourself, whether or not it's your boss who is taking advantage of you financially in order to do whatever. You need to think about the people who are receiving your tolerance, patience, understanding, and mercy who may not necessarily deserve it. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't be merciful or patient or understanding. I'm saying you should be discerning in the way that you exhibit those virtues. Christian Blair says, excuse me, that these two can circle jerk all they want, but what are they going to do about it? And will they publicly admit that they are responsible for mainstreaming psychos or admit that Trump is patient zero? No idea. But I swear to God, if I got into an office with JBP, that would be my exact conversation. I would be like, you had this phenomenal conversation with James Lindsay about psychopaths, and yet you spent several years sweeping for Trump, who, in my opinion, is the perfect embodiment of everything you've described. How do you square the fact that you went into this ideology believing that it was like a valuable weapon for the left, against the left, but all you did was you created its facsimile on the right? I would love to ask that question. Bibliolife says, I tolerate Republicans. Yes, I am being taken advantage of. True. Whether it's Destiny taking advantage of me to be sex bestidy. I mean, listen, right? Like, all right. So this hits a little close to home, right? I like Stephen. I like Stephen Bennell. I want to be his friend. I want to be friendly to him. However, when they start describing cluster B personalities, when they start describing the dark triad or tetrad, when they're talking about Machiavellianism or manipulation or using empathy as a shield, I have to think about it, because I think I told you guys earlier in the stream, I would very much prefer it if Steven said, hey, Pixie, I fucked up. I shared your nudes with somebody I shouldn't have. It got leaked as a result. You suffered public embarrassment, and I'm sorry. I think here's a reasonable dollar amount for your pain and suffering. I wish you the best. I won't be doing this in the future. Here's my apology. That's what I want him to do, because I think that would work better. I think it would be better for Pixie, better for him, better for the world, et cetera, et cetera. And when he says, well, actually, guys, when you think about it, I am the true victim of this scenario. He's descriptively correct, but I don't think he might care that he's the victim a little bit, but I think he's using that as a rhetorical shield in order to block the criticism that he instigated the situation. So I kind of recognize the descriptions of like Machiavellianism and narcissism and all that kind of stuff. You know, I don't know if he's diagnosable, but I would say that he shares some of these values, some of these virtues and vices. Sacred Snow says, all memes aside, that's genuinely a good mental tool for self-evaluation. Yes, please do so. Webmaster4531 says they're talking about parasites destroying systems so they could theoretically be symbiotes to change MAGA in a similar way. Ooh, that's a good one. How can pro-social people be symbiotes to nefarious systems? That, Webmaster, I don't know if you intended this or not. I don't know if this content is interesting to you or not, but that is like insightful and intelligent and kind of beautiful. So thank you for that. And what I would say is you have a 3,000 IQ. Thank you for being in this chat. Kingslayer Damocles says, I'm not going to lie, I'm a libertarian leaning conservative who voted for Trump in 2020, but I didn't vote third party because of January 6th and bump stocks. Well, Kingslayer, welcome aboard. You and I will be friends. My main beef with the libertarians, and don't take this personally, but I feel like libertarians are so interested in evaporating power so people can't tell them what to do. They don't realize that governmental systems need to exist in order to create the ordered liberty that allows America to thrive. I believe in liberty, but I believe in ordered liberty. And order takes a certain amount of intention and governance and power and violence. So the fact that they don't even recognize the ordered component of ordered liberty makes me think that libertarians are often very childish. Christian Blair says, there might have been a world where Destiny would have done that, but unfortunately, additional bad actors push Pixie, Straighteraid, De Laguna, and worse actors like President Sunday into the situation. I agree with you, but I think that Steven is a powerful in this space, intelligent, wealthy man, and so he can play the game by the rules that he sets. He doesn't need to be set by the game by other players. He's big enough that he could overwhelm those other players. Christian Blair says, I don't think so. I think the cult at this point is too strong. Once Jordan and Lindsay stand against Trump or admit he is patient zero, they are completely castigated from the right. Agreed. That's what I want, because frankly, I'm tired of being alone in the center right and getting my dick kicked in every day. I don't want to wait another decade and then Jordan Peterson, like when we have like JD Vance running for a third term, I don't want Jordan Peterson to be like, whoops, maybe we need to reel this in a little bit, guys. Like, it's too late, right? They need to do it now. But we'll see if virtue and principle will override their sense of self-interest. We'll see. Commander Haircut says, my issue with a lot of libertarians is that they don't realize the corporations would just take the place of the government. Well, I mean, I think that's what they descriptively want. I think what we're pointing to is they don't realize that the abuses of corporations would replace the abuses of the government. Agreed. Mr. Bombastic says you need traffic lights to be able to go around. I mean, without getting into a horrible accident, probably. Anyways, let's let Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay drown us in flowery language while making relatively insightful points. These things are actually, what I like about JBP is he does give me things to think about. Even if you think he's a blowhard, even if you think he's all up his own ass, even if you think he uses too big of words, even if you think that he's too verbose, so he takes 10 minutes to make a point, I do learn things when I listen to the man.
Now, so that's two things. There's 5% of the population. Oh, yes, the dark tetrad types are narcissistic, Machiavellian.
Real quick, Silver says something important. Him, Kingslayer, and I will be friends. I was a libertarian until I found out people can't handle freedom. Exactly. I'm like an ordered libertarian. I'm unironically pro-super Earth.
Yeah. So they use language only as a means to manipulate towards instrumental ends. There's no communicative intent.
Right.
It's all essentially status gaming. They're psychopathic, and that means they're predatory parasites. And then they had to top it all off with sadism. And I think that's what changed the dark triad to the dark tetrad. I think the reason for that is that if you have a dark triad orientation towards the world and the world turns against you, it makes you so angry because
Yes. Managed democracy. Yes, Mr. Bombastic.
you're rejected and unsuccessful, that expresses itself in positive delight in the unnecessary suffering of others, right? So this is dark material.
Yeah.
Now, there's no reason to assume that the cluster B dark tetrad types would do anything other than gravitate towards storehouses of value. First of all, the parasite problem is a very deep problem biologically, right? It's so deep that some people think sex evolved to solve it. As you mix the genes, it's harder for parasites to move down the generations, right? So that's actually one of the canonical theories for the evolution of sex itself. Why would you take a 50% hit in terms of genetic transmission when you could just clone yourself? Well, the parasites can breed, multiply faster than you can. And so they have the upper edge in a lengthy battle. So you mix up the genes and anyways, so the parasite problem is a very old problem.
Yeah.
That is dope. Listen, I get it. These are dry people, blah, 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 blah. But he's effectively saying that defense mechanisms in biological beings, while this isn't a fact, it's an interesting insight. But the reason why multicellular biological sexual development might be rooted in competition with parasites. That is dope.
Okay, so I want to add one more thing to that.
Yeah.
So imagine that a system of knowledge is a way of representing the world and navigating in it. Okay, so that would be like a scientific theory or an engineering theory, right? And so you might be able to assess that theory on the grounds of objective fact, say. Okay, but then imagine that there's a different form of language game, and that is that you orient yourself with you bring a number of people together and you lay out some game rules. They could be religious axioms. In fact, I think religious axioms are game rules. I think that's the right way to think about it. But it could be political, right? So communism, a pseudo-religion, has game rules, axioms that you have to accept. And so does conservatism. These are games that can integrate a large number of people. Okay, so that's a slightly different function, right? Because now it's like if you and I decide to play basketball, we're going to produce a hierarchy within that set of rules, right? Whatever set of rules you lay out, people are going to be differentially able at implementing.
That's right.
Right? Any set of rules.
That's right.
Right. So, for example, if you
He's yapping. I'm going to let him cook, though. But Christian Valeris asked an interesting question. I would like to know from their perspective who they specifically mean on the right in terms of criticism, just to see if it's accurate. I'll tell you right now, the people who freaked out about this are Candace Owens, Mike Cernovich, I think Matt Walsh, although I could be wrong about that one. I don't think I've seen his Twitter. I think I've seen people commenting about that, but I haven't seen Matt Walsh himself say it. But Candace Owens, Mike Cernovich, Jack Posobiec, and then Sargon of Akkad. Those are the people who have freaked out on James Lindsay and by proxy are freaking out on Jordan Peterson.
If you were in a gym and you had school children roll and you had a competition, you'd get a hierarchy of rolling speed.
Yeah,
and then the top rollers would be the high status people within that game. So you can organize systems of knowledge so that they're ground rules for a game. And then
Commander Haircut, I resemble this remark. Figured out how to say it correctly. My problem is that they make a point that is understandable and then they keep going and restating it in 20 different ways. Listen, I get it, but I'm that way too. Okay. I like using analogies. I like using metaphors. I like explaining things so they're easy to understand. And unfortunately, there are different levels of understanding. So very dumb people might need multiple, explanations, but they don't have the patience to listen to multiple explanations. And then very smart people know what you're saying almost immediately, so they don't feel like they need extra explanations, but there might be a nuance that you haven't sufficiently communicated, and so they miss out on details because they're intelligent. So, I would say this is the curse of the verbose mind. The curse of thinking too much and the curse of speaking too much is you like to yap. Christian Valera says, I think it's funny that Sargon got mad. He isn't a psycho. He's just super hyper partisan, turned similar to Jordan. He is just British Rob Noor. Yeah.
And you produce a hierarchy. Now, hierarchical position has value.
Yeah.
So the higher you are in a social hierarchy, the more positive emotion you feel and the less negative emotion and the less likely you are to perish.
Yeah.
Partly because you have social capital and social support. So people will compete for status within the confines of any given hierarchical game. That's a whole different function than representation of the world. Now, maybe you'd hope that your game represents the world too, which I suppose is that would be something like competition in a scientific lab, right? Because
something like that.
Something like that. Or
it's
competition within a game that's actually productive and self-sustaining.
Yeah.
So this, again, is interesting, even though it took him 5 minutes to say it. Jonah Boy says, it's one of those things where if people feel personally attacked, then it probably refers to them or their friends. That would be my suspicion with Sargon. If the shoe fits, wear it. Yeah, so my argument would be that Sargon of Akkad plays these psychopath games, but I think that he's an earnest believer and he thinks that he's a true pursuer of knowledge. I think that he doesn't think that he is only in it for status. However, he has fellow travelers like Jack Posobiec, like I'm trying to think of who else. Jack Posobiec, Mike Cernovich, Lauren Southern to some degree, although she's out of the game. Those kinds of people, right? And what Jordan Peterson has pointed out is that within every ideological power structure, communism, conservatism, etc., there's two games that are being played. There's the game of the ideology, its outcomes, and its tenets. And I actually view myself that way. I view myself as like an avatar of Burkean conservatism, maybe American liberalism with a capital L, mild social conservatism, mild fiscal conservatism, but also like a redistributive economic, mixed economy, commercial empire. I know those are a lot of words, but I view myself as an avatar of those ideologies. But what I care about within those ideologies is I care about the advancement of the ideology. I want to be rich. I want to be famous. I want to be well known. I want to be this. I want to be that. But realistically, I have an ideology and I'm trying to express it as best I can in the world so more people come over to my ideology. That's what I'm trying to do. What Jordan Peterson is saying, though, is oftentimes the most successful people within our society are not necessarily the most passionate advocates of an ideology. They are the sociopathic clout gaming freaks who are not exclusively playing the game of advancing an ideology. They're playing the game of clout. And so when you play the game of clout, you are, if you only play clout for clout's sake, you are one of the sociopaths that he is describing, which I think is beautiful, because if we look out into the alternative media landscape, those are the most successful people. The most successful people are hypocritical, principleless clout sharks. But they played the clout game so they could climb the hierarchy of social status within an ideology. I love it. It's so true. It's psychologically painful. Yeah. Christian Valera says, Tommy Robinson, Candace Owens, Stephen Molyneux, the N-word woman. Yeah. So Tommy Robinson went into Muslim neighborhoods in order to get fist fights with Muslims so he could bring attention to the dangers of Islam. Well, ultimately, he realized that getting into drunk fist fights with Muslims was a way to make millions of dollars. And at some point, he just started getting wasted and doing that over and over again. Candace Owens is a weird schizo contrarian conspiracy theorist freak, but she has found an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory audience that she panders to constantly, and she broke away from the Daily Wire in order to be the queen of her own hierarchy. Stephen Molyneux, weirdly enough, I think he is an advocate for his ideology, but I could probably find his Machiavellian manipulations in order to get time, attention, clout, and money. Ian Miles Chong, perfect example. He's a progressive, or he used to be a progressive like a decade ago, and he used to be a critic of the anti-social justice warrior movement. But then I think somewhere along the line, he realized that the right wing was a way to be profitable. And so he just started pandering in anti-SJW anti-left, anti-Biden, anti-democratic message, and he become insanely popular off of that. He's a moron, but he's a perfect shill pundit. Yeah. Nice. I think we're understanding things. I like that. Should I stop with examples? Webmaster 4531 says Brianna Wu. Okay, listen. Okay. Friendly fire. Okay. Brianna and I are friends. We still talk sometimes. We talk about issues in politics. We talk about this, that, the other. But I think that there was a hit piece that was released on her recently, and it showed how she was, and she could defend herself. She's a big girl. But according to the documentary, it showed that she was Machiavellian and capitalized on the fury surrounding Gamergate in order to become a national level alt media pundit, despite her credentials maybe not necessarily warranting that position. And then also how she has moved from giga progressive lefty, who the change was fairly abrupt. It was like within 6 months. She was tweeting about giga progressive gamer nonsense about a Harry Potter game. And then within 6 months, she moved to like what would be arguably like the center left, center right? Very aggressively, very, very quickly. Now, her and I have had conversations about what like motivated that change. I think October 7th, 2023 was actually like a decent motivator for her. I think also the amount of like crazy trans non-binary bullshit that she saw also triggered the fuck out of her and made her want to move center left, center right. So she can have real motivations for that. But if you want to accuse her of being opportune with the winds of politics, she might even admit that and just be like, yeah, but I also agree with XYZ ABC. Paz Agero says Russell Brand is a huge example of someone switching teams for the grift. Yeah, how do you become like you go from like a schizo lefty progressive lovey-dovey free love polycule polyamorous drug addict, cringe but funny sometimes, to Christian, I never graped anybody because, the deep state is after me, right? And by the way, like I think if I had a conversation with Russell Brand, I think I would be charmed by him because his character, Aldous Snow, is so fudging funny. Aldous Snow from Forgetting Sarah Marshall is effectively Russell Brand playing Russell Brand. And I love that character. Like I think he's genuinely charismatic and funny. He could be a rapist, but he's a charismatic, funny rapist. We making a list and checking it twice? I mean, we should, because we can come up. I'm going to continue on with the content, but I do think that it's interesting and worthy of note that sociopaths cling to ideologies, not necessarily because they believe in the principles of the ideologies, but because they seek to raise their social status by becoming a prominent advocate of that ideology. That's a obvious but necessary insight. Laura Loomer, perfect example as well. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Right, and the axioms of Western culture seem to be a game like that.
They do.
Right. Now, okay, having established that, you can game it.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
When Webmaster says, did you like Get Him to the Greek? Yes, but bear in mind, P. Diddy is a party music executive who does a bunch of drugs and has weird sex shit going on. So watching that again might get a little bit darker. Now, Get Him to the Greek, I think I was disappointed because I was effectively looking for Aldous Snow, Russell Brand, to be a sex-crazed party degenerate that just leads to random comedic shit. And it is that for about 45 minutes intermittently. But then like the rest of the movie is him being a sad drug addict with like bad family relationships and him feeling bad about that. And it's just like, I came here for like the raucous drug, sex, celebration, physical injury stuff. I didn't come here to like watch a drug addict feel bad about his life. Now, maybe watching it as an adult, an older adult, I'll be able to appreciate it more. But I did come there effectively to see Jonah Hill get stabbed with adrenaline and run around a party. So at this point, I think we're playing a Where's Waldo game, but we're picking up members of the crowd. Well, hey, Sacred Snow, you can say that, but I would stand. I can describe all of the people that I'm talking about and the Machiavellian steps they use in order to seize power. So Diddy was method acting. He should use that as a defense. He could be like, listen, I did, P. Diddy. He should be like, listen, Your Honor, I did a character in 2012's Get Him to the Greek. And since then, I've been preparing for the third All the Snow movie, and I was method acting. I needed to do research on drugs and crazy sex in order to do so. Well, Steven Crowder. So I think we do need to reel it in. Sacred Snow might be making a good point. Not every person in media who is successful is one of these people, right? But we need to be wary of the Machiavellian moves that they make in order to get where they need to go, right? I try to be open about every single relationship that I have. So when people are like, hey, were you friends with PV because you wanted money and you wanted to hang out with other creators? Yeah, I did. Now, the truth is Donald Trump is a massive piece of shit, and I wanted to fight him as well. But I would be lying if I said that, like, money and networking wasn't a part of the advantage of that. Of course. It's such an easy and highly lucrative grift. Yeah, but so here's the thing. Grifting says that you're saying things and you don't believe them. Your guy's problem is I say these things and I believe them. So you guys are screwed. Harmonic Fox says, did you know about the songs P. Diddy is releasing? He is one called Letter to the Jury. Ugh, no. But Kanye West is plenty cringe. Anyways, let's get back into the content. But the truth is, they're sociopaths. They live amongst us. They're oftentimes charismatic and intelligent. But if you look at their behavior, they're going to do weird, manipulative, Machiavellian, narcissistic, sadistic shit. And it's probably because it's a part of their personality type. And therefore, within the battle of ideologies within the Western world, there are going to be people who advocate for ideologies because they genuinely believe in the principles. And there are people who are playing a power and status game because they are obsessed with being the most important person in the room. That's what we've learned so far. And I think that is something important that we need to pay attention to.
Right. And so that seems to be, okay, so we agree on, so far, there's nothing in that you think is objectionable?
No, nothing. No, that's right. I think that's exactly right. And it's a good way to look at it. And I think it opens a door to how this becomes woke in a particular way if we get very, very general. Because if you actually want to know the controversy about woke right, what's happened, Eric Weinstein told me this. I know we're not going to name names, but it's positive.
Yeah, okay.
He told me that what he realized, and of course he's a mathematician as well. So and I'm a mathematician. Yeah. So he said he told me this at ARC. Actually, we were having a conversation, and he said, when I realized what you'd done is generalize the concept of woke, and then applied it in a different domain, it clicked. So it's no longer just left wing totalitarian behavior. It's now this mode of totalitarian behavior that I can apply.
It's transferable.
Correct. And so with the hierarchy, well, not just the hierarchy, everything you just described.
Can you stop saying,
you have these.
Stop saying interesting things. Ironside says, John, I think Crowder is more of a case of trying to keep the closet door closed at all costs. And if he gets some money thrown his way, so be it. Not only do I agree, he talked about like being bisexual in college, and I do not think he was joking. But also Blair White, I'm 99% sure that she said that Steven Crowder told her that he is actually very personally chill with gay people and trans people, and might even have some, gay and trans experiences himself. But for the sake of the show, he has to take like a transphobic position. I am almost like I am 80 to 90% sure that Blair White stated that.
These reservoirs of value in hierarchies built off of these games.
Yeah.
So there's value there. And the parasite is drawn to the reservoir of value.
Wherever it is.
And the idea is that you want to be high status.
Yeah.
But they have natural limitations because they're not
competent.
They're not competent. Yeah, they're outside of the range of what brings you to the top of these
They tend to be very low in conscientiousness.
They tend to be, that's right.
Right.
And so what would you do? What you would do is there's a word for what you would try to create. As the parasite who's now latched on, the thing you would try to, there's different, if you want to talk about it in politics, there's one word, and if you want to talk about it in religion or more generally, there's another. The general word or the religious word is cult. you'll create a cult where you've taken a variation on those rules to where there's a new status game that's rigged so you're always on top of it.
Yep.
And what you're going to do is pervert the underlying rules. We call it an ideology or a cult doctrine. The word in politics would be splinter, a splinter movement within a broader movement. So MAGA is a political movement, and you could imagine a splinter off of it, where the Democratic Party had a political movement, and the Justice Democrats came along 10 years ago and made a splinter off of it that created the Squad. A lot of
Ooh, I like splinter. That's a great word as well. Chase says, "What's up, Connor in chat?" And "What's up" is what I say back. This was MAGA's first trigger word. So true. They get so effing mad whenever you say woke right. As a matter of fact, I think I didn't want to add it to my lexicon because I wanted to see like how the term developed. But the second that I've been using cult and cultist, I've 100% been doing that. But truth be told, no right-wing person has been offended by cult or cultist. They just say, oh, you just have derangement syndrome. And then I say they have Trump devotion syndrome. And then we just, stop talking, right? Whereas I think that articulating it in these terms, like you're triggered. Maybe woke right. I've seen it get under people's skin. So maybe this is a better. I think it's cringe, but if it's effective, then maybe it's worth a try. Christian Blair says, if I recall, Blair White also stated that she stopped talking to Rubin because he had similar views on Crowder equals more partisan hyperbole in public, less so in private. Yep. Dave Rubin, still a liberal, but he panders.
People know that history, at least, so it should be, germane. So the generation of a localized cult is sort of this hypothesis, and the ideology grows out of the desire for the people at the top of that, who are parasitizing the hierarchy, to create their kind of internal nested hierarchy where they're on top of the whole thing. And the way they do that is by saying the big system is gamed. The big system is rigged. The big system is fake. And we have a secret truth about how things really work. And now you enter into the Gnostic kind of, I don't know, even metaphysical space. The ancient Gnostic.
Guys, are you just not hearing Trump? Dude, all I'm hearing is Trump. Like, I get it. They can't say it because then they'll get cannibalized. But this is just like an accurate description of Trump. Oh, you have to create a cult, a splinter within the political ideology, and then you have to create a hierarchy in which you're always on top. Bruh, is he giving us like the blueprint on how to be effective sociopaths? Create a splinter within the ideology and then create a cult in which your perspective is always on top. Dude, Nick Fuentes does this all the time, dude. The groypers, every single groyper. And I'm sorry, we had that African guy in who was saying a bunch of groyper talking points. I don't know if he's a groyper. We have Razzle Cherry, who's very polite. I'm not talking shit about Razzle Cherry. Razzle Cherry for a groyper is incredibly polite. But there are absolutely groypers who, in every other regard of life, they are not doing great. But within their own narrative, they know the secret truth. They know how the world works. They know how policy works. They know the Jews control the world. They know that, Nick Fuentes is one of their messianic figures who's going to take them into their own Christian nationalist, race realist paradise. They know all these things. And with that secret truth, they are better than everyone else. And maybe I'm doing it to a certain degree by saying that everybody in this chat has better taste than the rest of the world and has 3,000 IQ. But I don't say that because I'm pandering to you. I say it because it's true.
Gnostic religions, whether against Judaism or Christianity, all held out that Yahweh, the character, the creator God of Genesis, was in fact a demon who had tricked everything. He wasn't the actual highest unknowable God. He was this low-level, functionary God who said, I'm going to rule over all this stuff. I'm going to imprison them in this, wonderful garden. And then,
hold on. This is important. This is the Gnostic belief between the true creator God and the plane of existence in which we currently exist.
Where they're on top of the whole thing. And the way they do that is by saying the big system is gamed. The big system is rigged. The big system is fake. And we have a secret truth about how things really work. And now you enter into the Gnostic kind of, I don't know, even metaphysical space. You know, the ancient Gnostic religions, whether against Judaism or Christianity, all held out that Yahweh, the character, the creator God of Genesis, was in fact a demon who had tricked everything. He wasn't the actual highest unknowable God. He was this low level, you know, functionary God who said, you know, I'm going to rule over all this stuff. I'm going to imprison them in this, you know, wonderful garden. And then, whoops, they disobeyed me and almost realized the game by eating from the forbidden tree. So now we're going to throw them out into a real prison. And they've been, in the Heideggerian sense, they've been flung, their being has been flung into a world they didn't choose, in which they suffer. And you get the whole Gnostic architecture. But the way that Gnosticism attracts is by saying, and I can make this kind of literal to things that are happening in our world if we have to, is that the authorities in the existing game know so much, but they don't want you to know everything. They don't want you to know more because you might surpass them. They're trying to keep you down. But if you come with me in my cult, I'll tell you the real secrets.
That's an appeal to paranoia too.
Sure.
And that's going to be more effective under conditions of extreme uncertainty.
Sure.
Okay, so let's concretize this a little bit.
Sure.
I'd like to talk about,
I love that. And I love the appeal to like Gnostic thought. So the reason why Gnostic thought, for those of you who weren't paying attention, in Gnostic thought, God isn't God. Okay, like you just said, God is a demon who has trapped us on this plane of existence. Yeah, it sounds Zinchian. It is Zinchian. It is like chaos God, right? And so what's happened is Yahweh is not the true creator. He is a demon who wanted to trap souls in a plane that he could control and then get them to worship him. Now, the reason why the Gnostic narrative is so terrifying is because what if you spent your entire existence worshiping a demon instead of the true creator God? What if you were worshiping a minor power, and as a result of this transcendental religious system, your soul was trapped on actually a painful plane of existence in which you're tortured eternally for the amusement of some dark demonic bastard, right? Like that's like the oh shit like moment of Gnosticism. But then the thing about it is it relies on things that are completely unverifiable. The only way that I could possibly know this, whether or not Gnosticism or even the Yahweh-based Abrahamic religion is to die and to communicate with immortal beings who are infinitely more powerful than what exists on our plane of existence, which just seems like, what the fuck do I do with that? Right? What do I do with that? I'm not a god. I'm not a demon. I'm not an angel. I don't even know if I have a soul that lasts longer than my biological existence. So ultimately I have to just go, like that's my reaction to the existential fear of Gnostics believing that we've been trapped by a demon. Is like, okay, well, what the fuck am I going to do about it? It's crazy. It's crazy. Big in Gaming says, by the way, Andor season 2 has been good in my opinion. Last 3 episodes. Yeah, Andor, I'm looking forward to it. I have the editor who is working on the Politics channel, working on Star Wars breakdowns. I haven't followed up with him aggressively, but he's working on the Star Wars breakdowns in the background because, frankly, I would love to continue to break down Star Wars, and I would love to do it chronologically, and I would love to get to Andor because it looks fire. The woke right are the shills for Israel. And see, Bel Hilaire Trespass, you're welcome here, have fun, whatever, I don't care. But what I would say is the woke right are shills for Israel. Let me think about this. The woke right. We're describing people who are in a cult, who are trying to climb a hierarchy, an ideology that they don't truly believe in. I don't agree with you. The reason why I don't agree with you is because I actually think it's quite in vogue right now to be a critic, a very aggressive critic of Israel. And so I don't agree with you. I think that most people who are like tepidly Zionist, like I am, who are tepidly pro-Israel, but not, like, oh yeah, the Gazan genocide is based. Like that's not me. I think the people who are tepidly Zionist, they do believe it. There's a historical narrative that supports like the existence of the state of Israel. It probably doesn't support ethnic replacement. ethnic displacement in Gaza. I don't think that my historical narrative and understanding of Zionism supports that, but I disagree. Philip Coffey says, I'd totally be down for JBP redemption arc. Have him get back to fighting that Chaos Dragon. Me too, man. Me too. I would love that. I would love if we got 2016 to 18 JBP back. Absolutely. Conservative liberalism says Gnostics are spiritual contrarians, the OG conspirators. Savage. And my apologies to Ken and to Commander Haircut. I read that word, which contains within it an ableist slur, which I do enjoy. However, I do not want to off-put anyone who does not enjoy ableist slurs. So my apologies for reading and laughing at an ableist slur. Why would the real God allow that? No idea. That's part of the reason why I don't believe in it. Seems silly. Triggered. I'm doing my best, Commander Haircut. I'm doing my best. I'm a Marine. You have to understand that, like, the R slur is like my people's word, okay? Well, theoretically, evolution exists in the plane we're trapped in, so maybe way we can evolve beyond the existence in this Yahweh plane. Yeah, but these are all like speculations about like metaphysical and spiritual reality and the games of demons and God. That's an email. Please don't. Please do not bug Ken. I know you're messing with me, but still, please don't. So I deserve an R pass every now and then. Okay. Hold up. So yeah, that's why I don't pretend to know what's within the metaphysical or spiritual plane, because as far as I know, when I die, it's like it's a sleep without dreams. Okay, it's mindless oblivion in which time cannot even be tracked because you have no concept of beginning, end, or middle. Which is actually funny because I kind of do believe in like string theory a little bit, where we could be coming back cyclically within existence. And therefore you and I might be having this conversation 26 billion years from now, which would be awesome. I would love that. I would love to engage with my existence again, but maybe that's the trick of the Yahweh demigod, is to get me to fall in love with human existence so much that I become a soul trapped on his plane, constantly participating in the cycle of life and death. I don't know. I would give you one of my crayons if you were hungry. Thank you. Yep. All right, let's continue. But no, these are all interesting insights.
About Douglas and Joe.
Sure.
I think let's amend our rule. We're not going.
Thank you, Philip Coffey. Appreciated.
Going to point any fingers at woke right people.
Okay.
But I'd like to talk about the current situation.
Yeah, the situation and the ideas I think are important.
Well, Douglas's point with regard to Joe was that this
is important. I want to see if Jordan Peterson actually does this. Okay, I want to see if he actually steelmans Douglas Murray's point.
Troublesome for those with a conservative bent to throw away the idea of institutional legitimacy.
Yeah.
And that's a fair comment, standalone comment. Joe's rebuttal to that, insofar as he had a rebuttal, because I thought the conversation was actually pretty civil given how difficult it was that the institutions have been so cataclysmically faulty in the last 10 years that the only possible antidote to their falseness is really unrestrained investigation. And Joe's been a master of unrestrained investigation, obviously, because he's allowed his interest to take him wherever it goes, which allied with a certain amount of conscience is a pretty good orienting function as far as I'm concerned. And I'm at a loss.
This is my problem. He's probably going to say it. He's steelmanning Joe, and he's steelmanning the investigations insofar as they exist of the Joe Rogan Experience. 100 men versus Yahweh. Listen, if I'm going to get a complaint, it better not be about the R slur. It better be about the sacrilege that goes on in my chat. First Celeste Plantagenet saying hostile things to God. Now Jonah Boy arguing that 100 men should try to fight Yahweh. There's some extreme heathen sacrilege that is tolerated within my chat. But okay, so he steamanned Joe's position, which I'm perfectly fine with, but he neglected to mention the fact that when he says that all the institutions have been so bad about everything, one of my frustrations is that, like, when it comes, the biggest one on the right wing, I'm not going to lie, it's COVID, where they say that COVID was, you know, the pandemic. It was this attempt by the government to institute more powerful, you know, social organizations that control your life. It was this, that, the other. And then simultaneously, they'll say that. And then the next thing out of their mouth is that 1.1 million people died, and that's China's fault. So we need to hold China accountable, right? And you kind of have to pick one. Like, I get that it has a 99.5% recovery rate, but 99.9 or 99.5 or 97%, whatever it was, extrapolated out to, I think it's like 99 point, because it was a third of a percentage. So it's a 99.7% survival rate. But when you get into people over the age of 50, then it gets to be like 40%, 50%, 60% lethality rate, right? And so the argument from the Democrats and the progressives, while they overstated the effectiveness of the vaccine, was that we need to do this because millions of lives are at stake. And guess what? Millions of lives were at stake. And even with our haphazard struggle between like liberty, freedom, economic requirements, and the health of general beings, we still lost 1.1 million people. So saying that the government lied about the lethality of COVID is like not really. They might have exaggerated the effectiveness of the vaccine, but they also, even with the vaccine, with all the vaccine injuries that are alleged to have occurred, all of the vaccine injuries, apparently based off of like, as far as the models and statistics that we understand, you stand a reduced chance of getting an injury compared to if you just get infected with the original disease. And then people bring up anecdotes. They're like, well, I got infected with the original disease without being vaccinated, and I was perfectly fine. It's like, well, good for you. That isn't true for everyone. We rely on statistics in order to tell us what's true about the world, not your vibes-based, analysis of reality. So that's where, for me, while Jordan Peterson said that institutions have demonstrably screwed up within the past decade, I think that rhetoric plays into the hands of nefarious people, some of whom they're actually talking about within this conversation. Anyways, Ironside says, all my homies hate the demiurge. Philip Coffey says, 100 soy atheists versus one Chad God, right? I would watch that Jubilee. COVID broke my trust in people. I mean, I'm with you there. COVID is 9/11 truther part 2 electric boogaloo. It is, and it still is. I had people who I otherwise respect. They're genuinely kind, intelligent, nice people who ran businesses for years, and I think they're 100,000-aires if they're not millionaires. And they told me that COVID-19 was a plandemic, where what was going to happen simultaneously was we were going to be injected with nanites by the government through the COVID vaccine, and then 5G was going to be activated within our bloodstream, and then the government was going to harvest all the organs from the people who were killed by COVID, and they were going to use that for life extension technology. And they told this to me unironically. It wasn't a joke to them. They were like, yeah, seriously, that's what's going on right now. They said that the degrowth World Economic Forum, in alliance with the globalists in the American government, were going to inject us with nanites and then kill us all in order to harvest our organs and extend their own lives. And it's like, bro, did you walk that back in the past 5 years? Have they apologized for being incorrect? And the answer is no. They're just like, they just move on to the next conspiracy. Sacred Snow says, the worst part is we got half and half response to COVID. We either should have 100% locked down for 2 to 3 weeks to kill off COVID or stayed open and preserve the economy. I still think like old people should have been quarantined. I still think we should have taken the basic measures. In Florida, we had a very libertarian approach to the disease where like we locked down for like 2 weeks. And then we said, if you want to go back to work, go back to work. And so everybody went back to work, and the people who could work from home, they worked from home, and we got through it just fine. So I actually kind of liked the Florida model. It was fairly libertarian. Baz Agero says, what's annoying is how they demand the accuracy of hindsight for people trying to make the best decisions in uncertain times. Yes, that is also incredibly annoying. Mind you, from a group of people 10 to 15 years prior were considered the institutionalists, and 20 years prior justified the Patriot Act to protect American lives. Yes, Republicans have lost their mind. I have more in common with like the Bush era Republicans than I do with modern Republicans. Hilarious. I'm not a Democrat from 30 years ago. I'm a Republican from 30 years ago. Webmaster 4, which is funnily enough, it's more liberal and more progressive than modern Republicans. Crazy. Webmaster 4531 says, absolutely hate people who bring up anecdotes. Yeah, absolutely. Philip Coffey says, Alex Jones swore for years it was only a matter of days before there was a mass die-off. Yeah. And where's his punishment? Where's his fall off on his audience? Where's his reduced incomes for being so obviously wrong? Right? Oh, and then Trump came in and saved us from it. Amazing. That Trump on the back end, he whispered to the scientists, don't go through with the mass die-off. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, what's funny right here, there's a sheen. You guys might not be able to see it on screen, but there's a sheen, like a little white or silver sheen on Jordan Peterson's mouth. And it, to me, before we get back into the content, this is very important. It looks like he has a tongue ring. That's crucial for you guys to understand, that it looks like Jordan Peterson has a tongue ring.
Lost to some degree how to reconcile those viewpoints, because
it's funny.
I think it is a cataclysm that the institutions have become unreliable. But let's walk through them a little bit. I think the universities are gone.
Me too.
I think that Harvard is having this war with Trump, and that Trump is 100% right.
Yep, me too.
The president of Harvard, in my understanding, said to the Trump administration that it was unfair to punish the researchers by withholding their research funds. But I look at that and I think those researchers have been filling out DEI statements for 10 years.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, they lost all their credibility. They're not independent researchers at all.
Oh, that's right.
And they could say and have said that they were just following the rules. It's like, that's not a very good excuse if you're a seeker after knowledge, right? If the rules have become pathological, you have an obligation to cease following them. Harvard took its DEI head, I think it was Harvard, and kept the person and changed the name. Well, that's all the universities are going to do that.
Yeah, that's right.
Why wouldn't they?
And that's just fundamentally deceitful.
More deceitful even, right? It's another form of mimicry. And I guess that's another thing we could point out about the psychopathic 5% is that they're masters of camouflage. What a psychopath does is mimic competence, right?
That's right.
And usually they can't get away with it, because not for long, because they don't create, they destroy. And eventually that evidence accrues, and then they have to leave and find another host, so to speak.
Right.
Now online, that's a snap, right? Because you can just switch.
Exactly.
You can just switch your identity, and
that's right.
And you've solved the problem. Or you.
Hold on, this isn't entirely true, particularly with public personalities, right? And again, I just hear like Trump, 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 Trump. The reason why Trump was able to do what he's describing right now is, number one, he was born rich as hell. Number two, he inherited like a real estate empire and was able to stumble through a real estate thing. He was able to screw over tons of contractors because he had a public persona. Like, he's actually just describing like Trump's career buoyed by money, right? Buoyed by money and influence. And so the fact that he is unable to bring that up and recognize that does make me feel like JBP is ideologically co-opted. Also, when it comes to the DEI stuff, the woke CRT DEI, which in my mind is just like human resources crap. They accused Harvard of lying for retaining their DEI person. I don't know. and then renaming the branch, which is fundamentally deceitful, I think is what, James Lindsay said. And that Trump is completely correct about academia and that the academics are purely wrong. I'm sure that if I talk to the Harvard and Yale and all these places that are holding on to their HR departments, they're going to say it's because they believe that there's like something good about diversity, equity, and inclusion, which I disagree with, but that's not Marxism. That's not Marxist-Leninism. That you can argue it's the Gramscian long march through academia if you want, but just because an idea emanates from the left doesn't mean that the left is inherently evil. Just because an idea emanates from the right doesn't mean that the right is inherently evil. We have to evaluate ideas based off of their own merits. So that's where, for me, maybe they could bring up sufficient examples of DEI having disastrous results to the point that I would be like, okay, yeah, that needs to go. But the truth is that this feels like, I'm not going to lie, this feels a little pandery to me. It does. I'll just say it, call it. Bo Dickerson says, nothing good about denying qualified applications based on race. Sure. I think that's a valid complaint. But if we go to the steel man of what would you call it? Affirmative action. The affirmative action thing is, if you have resumes that are all other things equal, then you go with the minority candidate. That way you're not, racially preferencing your in-group. That's the argument for the steel man of affirmative action. Whether or not that's it in practice, I have no idea. When it comes to DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, the steel man is that a diversity of opinions can result in better outcomes, because you might have people that you otherwise wouldn't listen to who are in the room making judgments and calls. Now, I find DEI a little bit cringe, particularly equity. I'm okay with inclusion. I'm okay with diversity. I think equity is cringe. And then I also think there's something to be said for the inversion of they call it like the victim Olympics hierarchy, where if you are how do I phrase this? Like a paralyzed Muslim, niqabi, transsexual, then you would, get hired just off of those virtues. But I also feel like that's probably a straw man of what actually happens in the real world. So Commander Haircut says, sorry, there's no way JBP knows how research works if he thinks canceling all university research because of DEI is valid. Well, I think Commander Haircut, I think JBP would say that if you're unwilling to break yourself, because he does think this is a cultural neo-Marxism or cultural Marxism. He would say that if you're unwilling to give up your Gramscian march through academia, then you don't deserve the money and we'll find somebody else to do your job. Right? I think that's what he would say. I'm not saying he's right. I'm saying that's what he would say. Well, a girl crashed a helicopter recently. Jonah Boy brings up an interesting point. A girl did crash a helicopter. Sacred Snow says, Valor Media, do you disagree with DEI or the way it's implemented? Do you think it can be implemented well? I have no idea, bro. I don't work in HR. I haven't been in a corporate job in 5 years. Well, actually, that's not true. The last time I was in a corporate job was 2022. And I'm not going to lie, I rolled my eyes every time we did like a DEI HR seminar. But you know what also happened in my gig of corporate job? We went and we did the DEI seminar, and then we got back to work. And you know what mattered when we went back to work? It was the quality of the work you were doing. That's what mattered. They fired people left, right, and center who were incompetent. And it did not matter if they were black, brown, white, Hispanic, gay, trans, or disabled. Because effectively the business was so busy and their profitability was so important. And they paid their employees so well that they would hire based off of diversity, but they would fire based off of competence. So, yeah, I have no idea. I don't work for a Fortune 100 company anymore. Bo Dickerson says, affirmative action does not top civil rights. Oh, you could fight about it, but, whatever. It's all right. Waffles McGraw says, keep up the good work, man. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Jonah Boy says they definitely needed a black person around when they were putting that coolest monkey in the jungle sweater ad together. Yeah. Or there was another one. There was another crazy one recently that I saw. And I was like, did nobody bring up that this was a horrible idea? I think it was a Trump thing. I think they had some ad that was like absolutely racist as shit. I forget what it was, but it was like mad racist. And I was like, did nobody say anything? Like, why didn't you say anything? Like, it's legitimately like a bad advertisement that's racist as hell. What happened here? I forget what it was. Don't quote me on it. But there was some ad that came out recently that I think was conservative. And it was just like the most mind-bendingly, obviously racist thing I'd ever seen. And it was crazy that I got past the drawing board. It was genuinely crazy. I forget what it was. Sacred Snow says, media, network, DEI, as in not denying applications due to race and opening up the application pool. I may have mixed it up with AA. Yeah, I have no idea the difference between diversity, equity, inclusion, and affirmative action. And I think that there's a purist argument that I'm sympathetic to with Bo Dickerson. The purist liberal argument is that we should work in a society where we evaluate people off of their merits exclusively. And I agree with that. But in order to do that, I would want everybody to have a decent shot at success starting from birth. So I would want paid family leave. And these are all lefty. I'm going to apologize in advance, but these are all lefty policies. I would want paid family leave. I would want early childhood education, like access to daycare, and I would want that to be state subsidized. I would want food, like early access to like, produce, and have that somehow be incentivized either culturally or financially. I would want kids to get into good school programs, and I would want education to not just be the privilege of the rich. I would want a quality education to be like a cornerstone of our civilized society. So even if you're dumb as hell, you are getting a quality education. And so, these are the things that I would want. And then after we instituted a relatively speaking idealized playing field from birth to 18, then at 18, we can have a liberal, merits-based, exclusive approach. That would be my ideal world. Sacred Snow says, Valor Media Network, DEI as a not denying... Oh, that's what you just asked. My apologies. But the research is years and it gets destroyed completely. I'm 100% with you, Commander Haircut. I think that Jordan Peterson is ideologically captured and he's saying something that's cringe. I am not denying that. DEI statements for 10 years, what? He's just saying that DEI has been a thing for 10 years, and DEI statements in academia it's effectively like a self-survey every single year that you have to fill out with, how are you going to include Black, brown, gay, trans people into your workspace and academic spheres. And so it's supposed to force people who already have institutional power to consider how they're going to extend power to the most marginalized of society. That's what they're talking about. Commander Haircut says, also, as far as I know, DEI is actually implemented as just keeping qualified applicants from being denied based off of extraneous criteria. I don't know. I don't know what communist leftist gobbledygook, James Lindsay and Jordan Peterson have up their sleeve. Pachydermis Absurdus says, if you have two candidates who are about equal and one of them is from a historically marginalized group, pick the marginalized candidate, easy peasy lemon squeezy. But I do think that's affirmative action, not necessarily DEI. I think DEI goes further. But anyways, let's continue. I'm probably going to continue this tomorrow, to be honest, because I do find this conversation interesting, and I do think pissing off the woke right is worth our time.
You can multiply it beyond. And then there's a bot problem online too.
Tremendous bot problem.
Yeah. We've tracked some of that. And for some of these discussions about the woke right, 30% of the comments are bots.
Yeah, right.
So that means we're automating the psychopathy. Like I've thought for a long time, and I do think this may be the case, that virtualization enables psychopathy. And if that's the case,
we're in trouble.
We're in trouble.
We're in big trouble.
Well, at least 50% of internet.
Commander Haircut says, it feels absurd to me that ideas that help people are considered from a partisan basis. What is the society? Why is feeding kids a left-wing idea? I'll tell you. So effectively, the argument from I told you, right wings in the French system, which the right wing, left wing differentiation comes from the French Revolution. The right wing were the monarchists and institutionalists, and the left wing were the Jacobins and I say Democrats, but they're people who cared about the will of the people, right? And so the argument from the right wing is that fiscal conservatism is a part of their coalition, and fiscal conservatives want to save every dollar possible when it comes to society. And so they make the argument, why aren't adults who are hopefully, productive members of our society, why is it our responsibility to pay for their child's upbringing when an adult should be prioritizing the health, happiness, and well-being of their own children? That's the argument from the fiscal conservative left. And unfortunately, because of Reaganist policy, we are currently in a world in which fiscal conservatism is married to social conservatism. And until we break that apart and have social conservatives understand that in order to have a socially conservative society, sometimes you have to spend a dime in order to save a dollar. Until we make those arguments and make them compelling to fiscal and social conservatives, they're going to be stuck in, why do we have free lunches? Why aren't parents paying for the lunches? Why do their parents have bad jobs? They're always going to do this thing of effectively blaming adults who didn't make good choices in life for why children should suffer. We'll be taking it from there. Let's go.
Automating the psychopathy. I've thought for a long time, and I do think this may be the case, that virtualization enables psychopathy. And if that's the case,
we're in trouble.
We're in trouble.
We're in big trouble.
Well, at least 50% of internet traffic is criminal, right? It's
Holy cow, yeah.
It's 30% pornography, which is close enough to criminal, so I think distinguishing them is not useful. And then old people are just scammed nonstop.
Right. Nonstop.
Right. And,
we'll just let that one slide.
And there's no policing, and there can't be, because you can hide so effectively.
Right.
So, and then what it seems to happen is that the unrestrained psychopathy spills over into the public domain, and everyone is mad, in both senses, angry and insane because of it. Let's return just for a moment to the hierarchy idea. So you pointed out one interesting mechanism of attaining status, which is to twist the rules slightly, create a new game, and dominate that as its originator.
Right.
So that's a transformation of a process that's actually creative and adaptive, right? Because if I wanted to make a variation of a business, I could do that. And then if I served my customers well and so forth, I could climb to the top of that new business niche and succeed. This is the parasitical equivalent to that.
Yeah.
Right. It's to what? To generate a version that does nothing but attract unwarranted attention. That would be the narcissistic spin. And to use any means whatsoever to attract that attention.
While directing blame to the parent structure. I think that's very important. So, for example, with Karl Marx, he phrased his vision of communism wasn't the crude communism that was experimented with by Gracchus Babeuf in the French Revolution. It was a transcendent communism. And I use that word because he doesn't call it transcendent communism. He calls it communism. But what he says, his exact wording for it is it's communism as the positive transcendence of private property as human self-estrangement, and thus a complete return of man to his true nature as a human or social being.
Right.
We'll be right back, but first, here's a sneak peek at the member-exclusive portion of this episode.
What the hell is going on?
I mean, the left is doing what the left does. The issue is never the issue. They're trying to tear apart society, gain advantage, the whole thing. Everything they did with critical race theory, queer theory, you name it, they're doing it now with this new issue. They're saying Israel is bad and the Jews are a problem. That doesn't play well with mainstream America. So very plausible that this is coming from foreign adversaries. China's behind it, let's say. Qatar's behind it. 2018, the Wall Street Journal publishes an article. 250 MAGA influencers are on the payroll of Qatar, trying to influence Trump's policy. Do you think they stop?
Well, it's certainly in Iran's interest. The Iranians would sacrifice every single Palestinian in a second. They're just cannon fodder. I mean, it's obvious that Iran is funding Hamas.
Propaganda works. Throwing the dust of moral confusion into the air blinds the eyes. Say you tweet something that they like, it doesn't matter that it's you. they can blow it up. They can put tons of bots behind it. They can put lots of positive comments on it so that they can create an artificial environment.
This is such an ugly vision of the future.
Watch the full.
Man, y'all took that porn comment pretty aggressive. It isn't illegal, but it's close enough that it is. Y'all were like, you know what's illegal? Abusing benzos, Jordan. Y'all got pissed. Yeah, so Possum Nation said that Jordan lost you when he said that 20 million people died from COVID. Yeah, looking at the numbers, it was 7. So, he's off by a factor of, 3. You know what's a good time? Abusing the benzos. Yeah, true. So hold on. You guys are being so mean. The dust of moral confusion. I'll be using that line at work today. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the dust of moral confusion. I'm gonna keep that in my pocket like pocket sand. You know how from Family Guy there's is it Dale? I think it's Dale. He keeps sand in his pocket so he can, he could like throw it in people's eyes when he's in a fight with them. And that's what I'm going to do with the dust of moral confusion. I'm going to keep it in my pocket and I'm going to blow it into people's eyeballs whenever we get into a fight. But, I think that this is something that we need to keep an eye on, specifically with the member exclusive thing. We need to not be so cold and callous as to ignore the plight of the Gazan civilian population. We also need to be wary of the manipulation of social media in order to vilify Israel. It's not that Israel doesn't do things that are like worthy of criticism and or vilification. It's the fact that there's a lot of paid actors, right? So I'm not paid by Israel. I'm not paid by Oman. I'm not paid by Qatar. I'm not paid by any Gulf states. My geopolitical analysis does not come from a paid position. My geopolitical analysis comes from a long history of being effectively like a neoconservative dove-hawk hybrid. And what I mean by that is doves are typically pacifists. Hawks are typically warmongers. I've seen the war machine and I've seen how wasteful and stupid and inefficient and murderous it can be. And I think that wielded improperly, the military industrial complex and the military can do incredible amounts of harm. But I've also seen wildly intelligent, wildly competent, wildly technologically sophisticated operations that could be used to destroy enemies of mankind broadly and also make the world a better place. And so, I've seen what it does. I have ideas on how it can do good in the world. And so we have to bear in mind that we are getting played to some degree by Chinese propagandists who want to sow discord in the United States of America. We are being played by Gulf states who want to reduce Israel's impact on the United States by creating alternative narratives. And just because they're creating alternative narratives doesn't mean they're wrong, but we have to understand that there's a healthy chunk of propaganda in social media, and we need to analyze it. K. Soko says, I love Dale too. Good. Ryan Lopez says, I find callous as a human condition. What's Gaza done for me lately? Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. That's a healthy chunk of the attitude, but we shouldn't lose our humanity just because we get used to seeing brutality on the internet. Need help, Ukraine? Give me minerals. Yeah, exactly. Sounds more libertarian than neocon. Dave Hawk? Maybe, but libertarian. Unfortunately, Webmaster 4531, I would love to use the label libertarian. I would love to root my moral philosophy in libertarianism. But the truth is that libertarians, especially on the internet, it's become synonymous with the narco-capitalists. And so if you're even a statist and you talk to a libertarian and you claim the same title, you have to get into like a 3-hour protracted debate about whether or not the state should even exist. And so the conversations just become so tiresome. So I would rather just claim like, I'm definitely a Republican. Philosophically, the Republican Party has lost its mind, but philosophically, I'm 100% a Republican. And then neoconservative are the liberals from the left of the 60s and 70s who think that the left went too far. And so as a result, they became advocates for liberalism and representative democracy. And they were probably war hawks. I hope for the neocon brand and philosophy to get tempered by reality, where they realized that Vietnam was kind of a military disaster and Iraq was kind of a military disaster. And so as a result, they need to become tempered They can't be so bloodthirsty that they just, I don't know, waste trillions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of lives and think that they're still the good guys. You have to dial it in at some point. Commander Haircut says, to some degree, it's funny that we're probably watching Israeli shills accusing Qatar shills of being Chinese shills. It's true. It's true. But I promise you that my Israel shill talking points come from a place of earnest analysis. I'm not saying that I'm not consuming pro-Israeli propaganda and then sympathizing with it. But I do think I can articulate a pretty accurate historical narrative for why I feel the way that I feel. And it's not motivated by money. Not yet, anyways. I'll let you know when it does. Case Ogo says, I'd like to be a libertarian, but then I'd have to accept Ben Shapiro as one of us. Yeah, exactly. Although I think he's in the conservatarian camp. Enemies of mankind like Xenos, heretics, and chaos. Yes, absolutely, Nang-un. Yes, those people, but also jihadists, fascists, and communists. Christian Blair says, Nambla left the Dems in the 1990s, mid-2000s, and went into the Libertarian Party, which explains the age of consent arguments. Not surprised. The enemy of mankind is yellow mustard. It will be the downfall of humanity. Wrong. Mixed yellow mustard with ketchup in order to make a tasty mixed condiment that is excellent to eat. Also, yellow mustard on a hot dog. I don't eat hot dogs anymore, but a ballpark hot dog with ketchup, mustard, and relish is fire. Not to mention the disinformation bots. Yeah. I think they're going to talk about that momentarily. Christian Blair says, I'm tired of Israel Palestine. It's time to shift to the shit show. No, you guys are being racist as hell again. I thought you were talking about shit show like online digital politics, drama. I didn't know you were talking about Kashmir. Good God. You guys are so rude. Anyways, continuing.
Full member exclusive session now on Daily Wire Plus.
So that's a Nietzschean revaluation of all values.
Yeah,
Right.
it's really much deeper than people think. It's redistributing property. It's to transcend property. And so how does this turn into what I said is that the game, which at that point he's looking at, it doesn't matter if it's capitalism or feudalism or even slavery, it's the private property game that he believes is the course of history. He says, well, everything is actually that thing's fault. And people who play that game are the people who are the problem. And that's how he recruits. He finds people who are losing within that game, who are being injured by that game, and says, you know what? It's not you. It's the whole bloody game. Come over here. We've got a different game. But the trick is, who's at the top of that game? With Karl Marx, it was Karl Marx. It wasn't the people ever. If you read it, so what's Communist Manifesto? We'll just break it down. Chapter 1.
This is an interesting analysis only because I know Nick Fuentes does this 100%. I know that Elijah Schaefer tries to do that 100%. I know that Vosh does that 100%. I think that Destiny doesn't do that as much because he's still like a liberal. And so he appeals to like the upper class liberals and all that kind of stuff. But I think a lot of people who are fans of Destiny are, overeducated, underemployed, intelligent people who like to debate and all that kind of stuff. And so as a result, he's been able to recruit this army of like disaffected, angry, pissed off liberals, but they're still part of the system and they still advocate for the liberal system. They just haven't found their place in it yet. And so I do think there's something interesting to be said about alternative media effectively recruiting the socially disaffected. And I do wonder sometimes if I would be better off. I'm not saying that I can do this. I don't think I can do it. I do wonder sometimes if I would be better off if I was just recruiting to like the socially and politically disaffected through pandering. But I don't want to do that. The reason why I don't want to do that is because number one, I don't think any of these people have been improved by their interactions with social media. Because they're not taking on what I view as like a mildly social conservative bent, which is iron sharpens iron. Here, when you come to this stream, I want to deal with what's going on during the day and current events, news, all that kind of stuff. But I'm hoping my analysis is bringing you insights that make you feel like you understand the world better. And then I also hope that the way that I live and the way that other chatters live, where, yeah, we're here, we're having fun, we're talking to each other during the workday, but we're also working. We're also being productive. Hopefully, I'm encouraging you guys to work out a little bit. Hopefully, I'm encouraging you guys to take your social lives seriously. So I don't want you to be, if 10 years from now, if you're underemployed and angry and don't have good relationships, if 10 years from now you're still underemployed, angry, and don't have good relationships, I would view this as a misuse of your time. I want you to get better. I want you to get smarter. I want you to get faster. I want you to get stronger, right? So, Grey Poupon. Yeah, Grey Poupon's excellent. Commander Haircut says, Valor Media, I screenshotted the important bits and DM them. They're good for laughing away the schizo presentation. Okay, cool. Well, let's do this content for now, just because I want to keep a flow to the content, but I will check it out, especially towards the end of stream once we're, or maybe like in a break between segments. Excuse me, do you have any Grey Poupon? I don't. I have avocado toast with, I think it's feta cheese and hot sauce that my wife prepared for me, which is amazing. That's the reason why I'm not rich. She keeps buying avocados, which is financially breaking our family. Christian Valaire says, given how cringe the up-and-coming liberal progressives are, like Dean and Do It Ain't Looking Good for the normie left, I think Destiny can guide them. That's the thing. So Stephen, for all his flaws, I think he just needs to acknowledge and accept, because I think there's a issue where he gets called a sociopath, but I call him a sociopath. But I think he genuinely does care about liberalism because it's the best system in which he can do well. I think that liberal capitalism has been quite good to Destiny, and therefore Destiny advocates for it earnestly. So it's not just a question of, like, for him, I don't think he's just climbing the social hierarchy because he feels like it. I think he climbs the social hierarchy of liberalism because he believes in it as well. So he might have some of the things that Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay are talking about, where he might be a little sociopathic, he might be a little Machiavellian, he might be a little dark triad, dark tetrad, as he's been accused of in the past. But I think he genuinely believes what he's saying. At least I think he does. Anyways, maybe I've been suckered in, but I think that his political analysis is often so intelligent that it has to come from a place of earnestness. And so as a result, I think his callousness and sociopathy, it makes him toxic at this point because he's dealing with the sex dramas of 2022 and the Pixie lawsuit. But time heals the majority of wounds. And so if he doesn't do freaky, crazy sex shit going forward, he settles the Pixie drama, and then he mentors this next generation of progressive and liberal commentator, I think that they can do well. So, yeah. Shadow 2 Bravo says, just recruit Army and Marine infantrymen. We are disenfranchised. True, Shadow 2 Bravo. And I do want to cater to veterans. But the thing is that nerdy veterans absolutely exist. And frankly, if I could do a marketing campaign for smart veterans that were like underemployed or unemployed and angry and wanted to get political analysis, I would love to reach almost exclusively veterans. Not exclusively, but I would love to have a shitload of veterans in. But the truth is, they're difficult to reach. They're busy. They're drinking. They're working. They're frustrated. They're angry. They're dealing with wives, divorce, all that kind of crap. So maybe watching nerds talk about geopolitical and political issues might not be their cup of tea. So if you have any ideas about how to market to pissed off, politically passionate veterans, tell me. I'd love to do it. Christian Blair says they flipped their stuff and left the un-F America pack because of microaggressions. Yeah. No. So Christian Blair, he says, no way they're listening to Destiny. I think you could give it like another 6 months to a year. I think Destiny could get on a stream with Dean Withers and they could debate the future of liberalism and progressivism. 100%. Especially GWAT. Yeah, we need to figure that out. I need to go down to the VA and start arguing with GWAT vets and then be like, hey, come watch my stream. We'll fight it out. Working Bob says, Valor Media, the links for socials under the Counterpoints video you made yesterday are broken, other than the Twitch one. We'll work on it. I'll DM Taze and or my other political editor. Are you talking about on the politics channel or the 40K? Good morning, Jonah Boy. Good to see you. Is there a punk band named after crazy, freaky S stuff? I can't remember. Limp Bizkit. But they're in their 50s, bro. Politics channel. I'll talk to the politics editor. All right. Anyways, back to the content. I'm going to mute myself because I'm going to eat my delicious breakfast. Also, can I get a Discord link? Yeah. Give me a second and I'll do that. Sorry. I clicked the wrong button.
Communist Manifesto is titled Bourgeois and Proletarians. Bourgeoisie and proletarians. So he describes the relationship between the people who are playing that game, the bourgeoisie, and then the proletarians, who are the workers at the bottom who are making that game possible. And he says, all you guys down at the bottom are getting exploited. You're being alienated from who you really are. You're alienated from your product. Everything's terrible for you, and it's exploitation, so the winners of that game can cheat you. That's the relationship that he puts out. Chapter 2 is communists and proletarians. And he says, so it starts out brilliantly. He says, so what's the relationship between the communists and the proletarians, or the workers' movements? It says, we don't disagree with any of the workers' movements. We actually are the highest expression of them. So we take their vision and put theory behind it and take it to a higher level of understanding, and we're going to bring all you guys with. And so naturally, what's going to happen? So let's say he agitates the proletarian.
I'm going to write a Republican manifesto, bros. Because I think this exact description is what MAGA did, where they said the Republican Party has betrayed you. The corporate Democrats and corporate Republicans have betrayed you. They've destroyed America. They've done this. They've done that. As a result, MAGA is a true expression of what it means to be an American patriot. And I think they've corrupted and co-opted a bunch of symbols of America without understanding the underlying principles. So I need to read the Communist Manifesto again, which is a pretty passionate description of the beginning of, or like an analysis of capitalism and all of its positives. Then it goes into a very strict criticism of it. And then kind of like James Lindsay is saying, it offers communism as the solution to all the contradictions and problems of capitalism. And yeah, I need to do that for Republicans. So Sacred Snow says, the entire DGG Reddit is pooping on Dean and Parker for being soy, and Dean saw Hassan's terrorist apology and wrote it off as hyperbolic after a tepid denunciation. He's got a long way to go, and I don't know how much effort and charitability Destiny is willing to give these days. I feel like Destiny is getting extremely disaffected and tired of trying. Well, I DM'd him today, and I said, hey, you want to talk about, Israel, Palestine, the outcomes, where we should be going, et cetera, et cetera. And hopefully we can get a good sparring match. If Steven's blackpilled, I'll try to be a life preserver for him to survive. I get it. Even I criticize Steven pretty aggressively in public about his private conduct. But the truth is that, he's in this position because he put himself in this position. And so if he's feeling like he wants to take the cape off, sorry, buddy. As long as you're working in this space, you're going to have to suck it up, keep the cape on, and keep working. Suck it up, Buttercup. So everyone thought populism was going to rise in the political left. Whoopsie. Yeah. And so far it's been tamped down by corporate Democrats, but I don't know for how long. If there's somebody who is as popular as Bernie Sanders, but he's like young, attractive, talks like Pete Buttigieg, he's straight, maybe he's Hispanic or white or something, maybe white Hispanic, that would be perfect. And then he's able to charm the Democrat corpos into following him, then he might have to mute some of the redistributivists and socialistic and social democracy and communistic economic policies. However, I think that person could exist and could become politically relevant in the next decade. Working Bob says, I think his plan involves a bunch of nukes still, which makes it sound like he's Omega blackpilled about everything in the region. Yeah. So that's actually that. Working Bob, somebody in the comment section for the Hassan Piker debate said that, where it's like, oh, and you sent for Steven, who effectively wants to do genocide, and who supports the genocide effectively. And if he was saying we just need to nuke Gaza and then move on, that's crazy. That's like sociopathic, psychopathic freak position. So I would actually like to get to, number one, what his real position is. Number two, what's a position that we could actually all support as Americans that isn't genocidal and freakish. Destiny said he wanted to move on to covering India, Pakistan. That being said, he keeps getting criticized by the most brain dead TikTok leftists. True. All right. Sorry. Back to the content. I'm going to mute myself so I can eat my...
to revolt. He's just said that the shepherds are going to be the Communist Party. And then who's going to run the Communist Party? Karl Marx.
Yes.
So it's a whole thing is a giant scam to blame the existing system, to agitate a large group of people who aren't winning within that system, to get them to switch games with him at the very peak.
Okay, so to me, I know that we've talked a little bit about religious matters, but I'm going to delve into that for a second.
Actually, before we go, put a bookmark.
Yes.
Because Hitler did the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Mussolini did the exact same thing. Hitler is much more clear. He says, we had this German race. And back in history, he writes this fictional mythological history of the Germans. Some of it, if you read or see it, is just kind of humorously, transparently false about how great they were in antiquity and all of this. So we've got these Germans and they've got all this, he's got this whole occult, theosophical, Aryan stuff that he's brought in from Helena Blavatsky and read The Secret Doctrine and all this weird occultism. He's attached to race. And in Mein Kampf, second volume, chapter 1, he talks about, well, the Nazis have a new world concept, Weltanschauung. And that world concept will be the racial world concept. And then he lays out how the state exists to preserve the race. That's the point, because when you have the race, you have the people who will generate high culture. And when you have the people who generate high culture, then you can advance society to its highest level of expression and man's highest level of expression. Very progressive ideology. But what he's saying is, we had this somewhere in this mythical, distant, foggy past, and we can recover it. How? By taking every step that we can to figure out the race and purify the race. And guess what? Everybody who's with me that wants Germany to be made great again after World War I and the ravages of the Treaty of Versailles as they saw it, and the challenges that came with the post or the interwar period as we see it now. All you Germans who are mad at Europe and mad at the French and you're having a bad time, guess what? There's a mythic Germany that you've lost and we can get it back. Hey, come on, let's go. And here's the ideology. It's our racial world concept. And here's how it's going to be organized, not with this, vanguard Bolshevik model over there that the communists use, but we're going to use what I call the Führer principle. Not me. Hitler called the Führer principle. The leader principle. Of course, who's the Führer? Hitler. So he's on top. And it's this absolutely rigid top-down pyramid of authority, which is a completely different expression.
That's what a Tower of Babel is.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, with the wrong thing at the top.
But it's the same program. The game that we've now, it's not the game that we're all playing. It's the game that we've been forced into by this rotten circumstance, has dispossessed us from who we should be. We're heritage Germans, for example, and we should have the benefits of our mastery of race. But the problem is, in his sight,
it's very attractive to anyone who has nothing to offer but racial identity.
That's right. That's right. And two things: racial identity and obedience. Maybe a modicum of cruelty as well.
Yeah, well, that comes along for the ride.
It comes along for the ride eventually. Yeah. Because a lot of the young Germans were actually inspired because they thought it was going to be good for the worker. They were inspired by the socialism part of National Socialism, and that it was going to be good for Germany. And they loved their country and they wanted to see it great. And so they were swept up, the Hitler Youth were swept up to get into this. But it's the same program. There's a game. We used to be the masters of the game, but now we've been dispossessed from the game. They threw us from top to bottom. That was an intolerable experience. By the way, this is all the story of Lucifer. Yes. We've been cast to the bottom. Yes. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to grab our rightful inheritance and we're going to build the structure that returns us to it. P.S. The organizational structure is the Führer principle, so I'm at the top.
Okay, so I want to talk about this Lucifer idea. So Lucifer is the morning star and he's the angel of the untrammeled intellect. That's how he's portrayed in Milton, right? And he's allied in some strange way with the serpent in the Garden of Eden.
If I might just interject, if he's the morning star, what do you do in the morning after the morning star rises? You wake up.
Right.
Woke.
Right. The spirit of enlightenment. Right. Okay. So
or dark enlightenment, as it were.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Well, that's the question. What's the difference between genuine? What's the difference between what's genuine and what's false, let's say?
Yes.
So in the story of Genesis, God tells Adam and Eve that they can pretty much have free reign, except for one thing. They can't, as far as I can tell, what it means.
You guys just took so much damage. You guys are on like 1 HP. Sorry for those of you who can't see. James Lindsay said something pretty cringe. pretty funny, but pretty cringe, which is where they're talking about. Hold on. There was something real here. Okay, there was something real here before they did the cringe thing. So the major things that I pulled so far is that ideologies have a game within a game, and that is power and social status. So it's not just the desires of the ideology, it's you trying to climb the social hierarchy within a tribal group, right? That's where they're accusing grifters, sociopaths, all that kind of stuff of being able to climb, not just on the left, but also on the right. They can be parasites and predators within social systems because they don't care necessarily about the ideology. They care about being towards the top of the hierarchy, which I think is astute. I think that's a good observation. Then they're saying that the powerful men, the sociopaths who have ruled in the past, blame the existing system for what's going on. They appeal to the disaffected, and then you put yourself at the top of the hierarchy, so you become like the new leader. And if you look at this, I'm not going to lie, this is like Gene Stealer cult, from Warhammer 40K. This is exactly what they do. They in the lore, they obviously like infect people with a virus that makes them sympathetic to the Tyranid race and the Gene Stealer and Patriarch. But what they do is they first get the disaffected. They get the working class, they get the miners, they get the this, the that, the disaffected of imperial society, and then they put themselves, the Gene Stealer Patriarch, at the top, and then they bring themselves to revolution, right? So I think descriptively, if you look at revolutionary movements throughout history, this is a narrative that's been repeated by all of these revolutionary leaders. Then what James Lindsay says that I think is astute, before we get into what he says that was cringe, is that they use palingenetic ultranationalism, or at least Hitler did, where they're appealing to pal being old, and then genetic being like birth or rebirth in this case. They appeal to some like ancient greatness of the people that they're appealing to, and then they say we can make the world great again. And if you look at MAGA, or if you look at Germany, then obviously this is the kind of rhetoric that they're doing. Now, where it gets cringe, though, that some people in chat threw up over, they actually threw up inside their mouths, is that Lucifer is the untrampled intellect, the snake, the morning star. And for those of you who don't know, Lucifer, who oftentimes is portrayed as the devil, is the rebellious angel who did not want to listen to God and thought he was better than humanity. And so he wanted to claim, because God elevated humanity despite them being like mortal and, I don't know, flawed, a flawed creation in Lucifer's opinion that was nowhere near as powerful as the angels. God, Lucifer wanted to put himself above human beings, and so he rebelled against God. But it's because he fancied himself more powerful, more smart, and capable of defying the creator of the universe. That's like the lore. And so, James Lindsay making all these arguments that 100% go after Germany and also go after Make America Great Again, but then he reels it back in to say, like, Lucifer, morning, woke, waking up. It's like, yeah, all right, nice connection. Good one, James. Good one. Sacred Snow says, my wife's a pescatarian that used to be vegan. Avocados are a staple. Between 40K and avocados, we're in a bit of a financial rut. Yeah, we picked the wrong hobbies. Being into guns, being into 40K, and being into eating avocados is like a terrible thing for budgets. You're absolutely right. The texture, it's awful. Well, I mean, if it's butter smooth, if you mix avocados, I think she mixes it with olive oil. So she takes avocados, she mixes it with olive oil, she turns it kind of into like almost like a peanut buttery consistency paste. She puts cheese on it, like a sprinkle of feta cheese and hot sauce, and puts it on some kind of bread. It's whatever bread is, sourdough. Puts it on sourdough bread, and it's excellent. I love it. It's a great way to start the day. Shadow 2 Bravo says, I can't stand James. Well, buckle up, Buttercup. Oh my God. All right. Anyways, sorry. We just needed to pause so we could suffer together and summarize the conversation. Working Bob says, my buddy has a sign in his house that says it has been X days since the last purchase of a firearm. Well, all right. Let's go.
Means is they can't take the right to define the moral order to themselves. They have to abide by the moral order, that there's an intrinsic moral order that's grounded below nature, even grounded in the principle of being itself.
Sure.
They have to ally themselves with that. But Eve, interestingly, Eve is tempted by the serpent. Maybe her powers of discrimination are somewhat lacking. Maybe her proclivity to empathy clouds her. And maybe it's a form of feminine pride. In any case, the serpent tempts her, telling her that if she ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that she would become like God, which is the one thing God forbade, right? So the idea seems to be something like, the more radical the revolutionary precept, the more likely something Luciferian is behind it. So it's a serpent in the garden, so it's clearly something poisonous, but then it gets weirdly associated with the idea of Lucifer, right? Which is a very strange leap. The leap is something like, what's the most poisonous of all possible serpents, right? So then it becomes a meta principle. And it looks to me like it's something like the drive to power. And that fits well with the notion that, well, Marx would be on top of the communists and Hitler would be on top of the Nazis and Mussolini would be top of the Italian fascists.
Yeah.
So if the belief system is pressed into the service of the hierarchical status of its originators, then there tends to be something profoundly Luciferian behind it. Yes?
Yes. So now we're talking at a very abstract, deep, whether metaphysical is, I think metaphysical is the right word, level for what represents woke. This isn't going to be like recognizable to your average Joe on the street who's dealing.
Maybe it was that time of the month. Good God, casual misogyny, right? But I wouldn't, Commander Haircut, or soon to be Haircut Commander. Listen, Jordan Peterson also calls out toxic masculinity all the time. So I'm not going to take random criticisms of stereotypical female behavior as like, oh, you hate women. It's like, no, he loves women. He just, plays into historical stereotypes of what women and men are. But he also does the same thing with men. So I wouldn't call him a casual misandrist. As a matter of fact, I would say he's not even a casual misogynist. He's a professional misogynist. He's a professional misandrist, okay? You're not giving him enough credit. Jordan Peterson did not work this hard to become advanced at misogyny and misandry for you to call him casual. So the more radical, the point is, I don't know if this is borne out by actual history, but what they're trying to say, which makes a certain amount of sense, is the more radical an idea is, the more likely it is to defy trying to understand what, an objective morality, and the more likely it is to be self-worshiping. And if you look at I'm trying to think of this. If you look at the way the Satanic Church in America describes itself, is that they don't literally believe in Satan. In my opinion, I'm sure there's some pagans who worship Satan as some kind of like proto-deity or a deity, but I think most Satanists do not worship Satan. What they do is they defy the Christian moral order, and they actually center themselves as beings with a divine spark. And therefore they have, instead of having 10 commandments, they have like 3. And within those 3 commandments is effectively the centering of the human being as the vehicle of like pleasure and pain and morality and worship. And so it's a huge shitpost. It's the original Kekistan. I get it, Christian Valeris, but at the same time, I think that the Satanists do have a contradictory worldview to the Christian meta ethic, because the Christian meta ethic is about self-sacrifice. It's about, Christ. The more Christ-like you are, the closer you are to God's intent for humanity. And if you look at the example of Christ, it is selflessness, it is sacrifice, it is willful suffering, it is doing for others, without expectation of reciprocity. There's a whole bunch of like Christ things that are not self-centering. Whereas I think with Luciferian philosophy, with satanic philosophy, it is self-centered. It is about your pleasure. It is about your journey. It is about your life. It is about you as the main character of your life. So I think there's an actual narrative and meta-ethical contradiction. Philip Coffey says, normal Satanism, non-theistic religion based around worshiping themselves, main tenet, do unto others as they do unto you. Yeah, normal Satanism, non-theistic, so it's not specifically religious. Religion based around worshiping themselves. Yep. Main tenet, do unto others as they do unto you. Yeah. Deific Satanism, super edgy dudes who actually worship Satan. Thank you, Philip Coffey. I think we're on the same page. And so anyways, this is actually the difference between Stephen and I from his like liberalism versus, if you want to call me a liberal or call me like a Republican or whatever, I don't care. But people often wonder what's the difference between Stephen and I. And I would say that I think this is the root of the difference. I think that Stephen does have a Luciferian worship of his own intellect. I think that he does have a hedonistic, nihilistic perspective. We talked about that last time we talked. And I do think that while he would never claim Satanism as a philosophy, it does line up with the self-worship of the satanic Church of America, right? Whereas what I would say is, even if I don't believe Christianity literally, I do think that it has many truths about the way that humans should conduct themselves in this life. And when I've been self-worshiping, hedonistic, nihilistic, I was a miserable human being, and I was not kind to others. And when I became self-sacrificial, trying to find purpose outside of myself, trying to endure suffering willingly, I found the most value in my life. And so I actually think that while I'm not a Christian literally, where I don't think that Christ was the Son of God, I think that Christ's example in Christianity offers the path to a better life. And I do think that that is the way forward, even if you don't believe it literally. Commander Haircut says, keeping the Satanic Temple versus the Church of Satan straight is maddening. Oh, okay, cool. So is the Satanic Temple, which one's theistic or deistic? That would be my question. And while you're answering that question, let's continue with the content.
With, a pride parade and saying, well, that's woke. I understand woke. But
yeah, and they are called pride parades.
They are.
They think they're saying something deep here. I'm going to let them speak for another 10 seconds, but I do think that this needs to be called out because it was put in the clip in the beginning, and I found this obnoxious.
Right, and the cardinal sin of Lucifer is pride. Right, and does the desire to replace God, to replace the fundamental moral order. So I figured something else out too recently. So
this is going to give us all psychic damage, so brace for impact.
So imagine that you could found a society on power, because you can, at least for a short period of time, and imagine that you could organize a group of people hedonistically as well. So that would be the real dark side of populism, right? We'll just have the government give people, it's like Pleasure Island in the Pinocchio video, right? Bread and circuses. You can get away with that for a while. Power, hedonism. You could abandon everything and sink into a pit of nihilism. That's not very effective psychologically or socially. But then that begs the question that the postmodernists wrecked their ship on, I would say. Is there a unifying principle, a high order unifying principle? That's the meta-narrative idea, right? Because the cardinal proclamation of postmodernism is that there's no pinnacle meta-narrative. There's no upper union. Yeah. But I think that's wrong. I think that the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice is foundational. And I think that's the narrative that runs through the biblical corpus.
Yeah, right? You've given very, very eloquent speeches on that.
Yeah. Well, and so then we would have a dynamic where because we're trying to figure out how to identify the Luciferian players, let's say. Exactly. That seems reasonable, right? So they're in love with the creations of their own intellect, but that intellect is not serving the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice. It's serving the principle of power.
Right.
You remember in the gospel account, when Christ is in the desert, the third temptation that Satan lays before him is the temptation of power.
That's right.
Right.
Everything that you see before you.
Yes.
Yeah, Matthew 4.
If you follow me.
That's right.
Right. So that seemed okay. So you don't have any problem with the underlying dynamic of that?
No, not at all. No, not at all. And I see, a fruitful discussion, because, this is, of course, very high order thinking and expressing, but the experience for people on the ground is exactly what we were mentioning earlier. It's those traits of the dark tetrad, like Machiavellianism and all of this. So they're going to experience, what does that look like in everyday experience? The swarms on social media, the cancel culture, the struggle session, this kind of stuff, the lying and the manipulation,
the cries of victimization,
the gaslighting, and is the, it's called sometimes DARVO, deny, attack, reverse the roles of victim and offender. When you catch a psychopath out, they do it's an acronym, DARVO. They deny that
there's a number of people operating like that
that's right.
at the moment.
It's everywhere. And so these are the experiences. So the expression that I could give to tie people, just to bring woke right back to the conversation, is we're familiar now with the machinations of woke left, right? And what I would say is, well, what's woke right is same energy, different direction. You have all of those same exact, whether it's Luciferian at the high level, whether it's struggle sessions, Machiavellianism.
Well, we've got a hierarchy there. It's Luciferian at the core. Then we've got the cluster B dark tetrad traits. Then there's the mechanisms that you described, right? So that's a differentiated. Then that gives us a way of identifying.
So if we use the kind of pop word of the day of vibes or energy, it's same energy, different direction. And this is exactly like what I was already saying with Marx versus fascism, or communism versus fascism. And we could go as weirdly deep as you want. There's a few ways to get to it. Like you say, well, obviously communism's in kind of the arch progressive ideology, but I disagree. It's probably fascism, but differently. Communism was actually obsessed. If you read Marx, he's obsessed. What was this? Well, the quote: positive transcendence of private property is human self-estrangement, and therefore a complete return of man to what? His real true self. It's obsessed with state of nature. It's obsessed with, we've been alienated all the way back to the beginning. For him, private property marks the fall. So the serpent came along and didn't offer an apple, but offered the fundamental right to exclude private property. But you have the same general concept. So they're obsessed with looking all the way back to the state of nature.
Well, and that is also an unbelievably effective move on the psychopathic side, because the basic criminal attitude is, and I've dealt with criminal types quite a lot, it's pretty straightforward. It's perfectly fine for me to take what you have because you took it.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. And so
that's exactly
Marx has just nailed that perfectly.
That's exactly what it is.
Property is theft. As soon as property is theft, the criminal is the moral agent. And that happened in the Soviet Union, right? Because in the prisons, the criminals were treated as moral agents, whereas the political prisoners were treated as, what would you say? The kinds of heretics who deserved nothing but the longest possible sentence of death. Right. Because the criminals were victims. If property is theft, criminals are victims. That's a hell of a satisfying outcome for the criminals.
That's right.
I like this stuff. I like this stuff. I feel like they're digging deep. I think some of their analysis is off, but I do like the fact that they can talk about how weaponized empathy can lead you to defending antisocial behaviors. And we see this all the time. We see this with Hassan Piker all the time, who is effectively defending rape and murder and terrorism on Twitter right now. There's a quote, not a quote. There's a tweet that he put out this morning where he effectively says, like, how dare you? He's like, how dare you criticize, Hamas when Israel is doing X, Y, Z, A, B, C. So yeah. This is amazing to me. Take a look at this. This is Hassan Piker. This is like the third most popular streamer on the planet. Well, not third most popular streamer. He's the most popular political streamer in the Western world. So he says, so weird living in the post 9/11 universe where the failure of America's war on terror is broadly acknowledged, and yet people fall for the same framing about jihadist terror, in quotes, as if jihadist terror isn't something real. Like it's ephemeral. It's a fabrication of your imagination. Whenever they learn about a new group, we must bomb into oblivion to defend our national security interests. Okay. That's easy to say. You know, I'll save you guys the horror. I won't click on the pictures. Yeah. So we should save Gaza and Palestinians, 100%. We should save all the civilians in the Gaza and Palestinians and give them better lives. But pretending that this isn't jihadist terror, where we see the gal from the music show, when we see a Hamas representative desecrating a corpse, when we see this woman who is kidnapped, it's like, what world are you living in? And this is actually what, in my mind, they're talking about. Any jihadist, any person who engages in murder or terrorism or assault, according to Hassan, that's just because they're victims, right? They're not moral agents. They're not perpetrators. They're not people who are capable of like moral judgment or analysis or like cultural evaluation or like manifesting their will in the world. They're victims. So anytime they lash out, anytime a jihadist terror attack happens, it's not because of the jihadists, right? It's not because of them choosing to do something within the world. It's because we've set up the world in such a way that a jihadist terrorist even exists in the first place, which is such like a inversion of moral analysis. It's repulsive. I find it disgusting. I genuinely find it disgusting. So then I wanted to do this. So deference to the power of the universe and existential worship purpose, and then power and self-worship. So Celeste Plantagenet, I was hoping to see you today because I find oftentimes that anti-theists worship themselves and to a lesser degree power. They're not all like sociopaths who are trying to become like kings of the universe, but they want to be the kings and queens of their own domain. They want to control everything around them, and therefore they want to maximize pleasure and minimize pain within their immediate surroundings. And so I have lived this way, and I was miserable. And so if you live this way and you're happy and you feel like you have like a moral limited rule of your surrounding universe and all that kind of stuff, then, you know, good for you. But what I would say is I found infinitely more purpose and contentment and peace to defer to the power of the universe. I don't believe in like a literal, you know, God, like a dude with a beard who communicates with humans. That's not what I believe in. I believe in a creative and a creative and ordered force in the universe that set everything in motion. And there are rules to the universe that if you follow them, you will live. And that would be like the good life. That would be eudaimonia. And then if you sin, which is effectively saying antisocial behavior, if you engage in antisocial behavior, then you will reap consequences. And that's the way that I view sin. So I try to defer to the order of the universe and try to understand it as maximally as I can. And I try to find purpose and worship outside of myself. And so I would say that these are contradictory narratives about the way that you should live your life as a human being that have been in conflict since our existence. Because the powerful who worship themselves, they say, look at all this power and wealth and look at how I've, you know, become powerful myself. And then I would say the humble say, yeah, but what is that compared to the power of the universe? And you are still playing the same game that I am playing, where you are subject to the consequences of sin and the lack of meaning that comes from self-worship. It's an interesting conflict. It's like at the core of every human interaction. Celeste Plantagenet, yuck. Happy to see you. Depends. Make them both bend over and see the one who has got the biggest stick up their butts. Come on, man. Come on. We're trying to talk about like the roots of moral philosophy and how to conduct yourself in the world, and sociopaths who are co-opting power structures for their own gain. And then Celeste Plantagenet York just says, yeah, take the stick out of your ass. All right. Well, that's a powerful opening statement. Commander Haircut says, sorry, I was distracted for a second. Did he just say that fascism is arguably the pinnacle of left-wing ideology? I didn't hear that. Possible. That philosophical view goes back to Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Private property and materialism. Interesting. Hassan is such a fool. I wonder if Hassan thinks that jihadi terror exists if he asked all the acid attack victims what they think. No, of course not. He would be like, that's repulsive. I'm a feminist. I would never support attacking a woman. But if you look at misogyny in the Islamic world, that actually came from Christian misogyny that came across with the blah, 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 blah. Like never will he admit that there are like intrinsic elements of the Middle East and North Africa that might be negative. He can't admit that it like emanates from, the local culture rather than like Western imperialism. Commander Haircut says, I feel like this kind of comes back to people being more attached to identities as opposed to principles. Well, I mean, I agree with that 100%. But I think that our identities for the people who have all of you guys have a 3,000 IQ, okay? So you're all brilliant and you're going to understand every single word that I say. The people are more attached to identities than principles. But I think for the smart people, you can't just let people being attached to identities over principles allow you to stop articulating principles. If anything, like that role becomes even more important. We do. And what's wrong with that? Not sure exactly what you're asking about, but we'll find out. Harmonic Fox says sometimes, yeah, however, anti-theists can also worship humanity, such as the humanists at Valor Network. Yeah, but even that would be viewed as a kind of self-worship. It could be if you center humanity above all else. I wonder how worshiping yourself works come taxes. What kind of idea do you have of me? I believe in a creator, just not some sky daddy that will punish me, but I have free will. How does that make sense? No, we might be more aligned than I previously thought. I just find edgy anti-theists to oftentimes have they're calling the worship of power and self-worship. They're calling that Luciferian. I find that many anti-theists, because they don't believe in the power of the universe, they have a very like limited idea of what religion describes God as. They fall into like the Luciferian philosophy. Christian Blair says, true. If they could turn their pretentiousness into a fuel, these Fs could fuel a rocket. Gen X says, day 14 of YouTube refusing to remind me that you're live. Well, Gen X, do you have the notifications set to all for Valor Media Network? You might have not have set it to that because they post a bunch of, I'm not trying to be rude, but it's true, boomer content. So, the vast majority of post-recorded content that's posted to the channel is 40 to 60-year-old men talking about success and life and discipline and being a good man in the modern world and all that kind of stuff, which, has its place as content. But if you don't have it set to all, you probably won't see me. But you'll also see half a dozen, male-centered self-development content. Christian Valera says, you said something interesting. Connor thought you were a fellow fedora tipper. Yep. I was stereotyping you like Christian Valeras. Working Bob says, can Hassan's viewpoint come from anywhere other than just America bad? I don't think so. I struggle to understand why he wholeheartedly supports people that militantly oppose everything he believes. Well, they don't. They don't. He views the American empire as more evil than any other force on the planet, probably because it stomps down on the global south and it stomps down on communism. And since he's a communist, his love of communism and hatred of America transcends his criticisms of jihadist terrorism, because at least jihadists resist American imperialism. Cameron Mosley says, you say atheists last anti-theist worshiping power. What do you mean by power? You say atheist anti-theist worship power. What do you mean by power? So I'll try to answer that question. I'm not sure if I understand the first half of your statement, but power is capacity, right? It's the ability to do something. So one of my favorite, I would play it for you, but I don't want to get copyright struck, is it's Littlefinger from Game of Thrones arguing with Cersei Lannister. For those of you who haven't watched Game of Thrones, they're powerful characters in a monarchic feudal society that has magic and dragons. And so what is it? Littlefinger says, knowledge is power. because he's a spy, right? And so he has his little fingers all over the place. And Cersei Lannister orders her guards to cut his throat and to and then at the last second, like right before they're about to do it, she's like, stop, turn around, face the other direction, take 2 steps forward, take 2 steps back. And what she says to Littlefinger is, power is power. And so I think that, you know, power is very like ephemeral. It's difficult to understand, but it's capacity. It's the ability to do things. And so when somebody worships themselves, they worship their capacity to do something. They might make different choices than me, who worships the ordered universe and the pursuit of external purpose. So when I defer to the laws of the universe, I understand logically that I am interested in sex because I probably have a procreative impulse and I want children. And so I allowed myself to have children. And as a result, I've found external worship and purpose because I worship my children more than myself. I would die for my kids. If there was a trolley problem where it was either my children or myself, I would choose myself. I would not happily die, but I would die for my children. So that's where I'm worshiping something outside of myself, and I'm deferring to the powers of the universe that reward sex, family, pro-social behavior. Whereas somebody who only worships their power, their self, they might say, I don't want kids. I don't want kids because that's a material drag on me. I don't want kids because I want to be able to travel. I want kids because I want to be able to climb high at my job. I want to be able to achieve more wealth and status. And I would say that that would be the philosophy of worshiping power and yourself. I hope that makes sense. Sacred Snow says, Connor also posts when he goes live in his Discord. I do. Somebody asked me for a Discord link earlier. Let me go ahead and do that. I'm going to go to settings. I think the fastest way that I found it was going into settings and then typing in the search bar streamer mode. And then I was able to find it that way. So let me copy the link. Let me go back here because there should be a few people who should join the Discord. That way you know that I'm live. That way you don't have to like randomly guess. I should be live typically in the morning, Monday through Friday. So if you don't see me live at 9:30, it means something happened. But I should be live between 9:30 and 2:30. That's the schedule that I'm shooting for. And then, sorry, we are getting into deep philosophical waters, but let me turn off streamer mode again. That way we don't get those notifications. And then I'll engage with chat a little bit more, and then we'll get back into the content. But I am enjoying this conversation. I think it's deep and relevant. Gen X says, I do when I get a bunch of notifications, just not the lives. Interesting. Eric Dom says, how amusing is it that the theory of evolution and religion were so at odds at each other, and now it seems to turn out that being religious might be the most evolutionarily successful view? Yeah. That Eric Dom, that's where I've landed, where I don't study religious tenets because I think Bronze Age and Iron Age mystics figured out everything about reality and I have to follow what they say without question. That's not why I study or analyze or think about religion. I study and realize, or I study religion because mythology, because I think that they were probably scratching at truths that are perpetually true, that are just a part of the human condition. And there's people who have learned things 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, that I failed to learn and only learn through trial and error. So yeah. Christian Blair says, to be fair, I put subscriber to all and I still don't get notifications. That sucks. Well, we just need to get bigger, I guess, so we're more popular, so YouTube recommends us more. Celeste Montage in New York says, I'm open to anything as long as it can make you into a better person for your highest good and the betterment of humanity. Interesting. Philip Coffey says, I think that's a pitfall of anti-theism that is still kind of unaccounted for. Religion has a ready set of principles for life to slot in. If you don't have that, you have to build it out yourself, which you often learn through trial and error. Ego worship, it's not self-worship. Might be splitting hairs here, but let me scroll down. Philip Coffey says, I've known very principled, selfless, and moral atheists, and they had to spend a long time working through the whole good life question. Yeah. Yeah. Moral ethics problem stunts your growth in that area until you put in a lot of effort. Yep. And oftentimes you will be motivated by your animalistic impulses, especially as a young person. Especially as a young person, you're going to be interested in sex and drugs. It's just true. Power is everything, said Raven Beak, the villain of Metroid Dread and the most badass bird person ever. True. Rewarding people for sex sounds like prostitution to me. No. Consensual sex between adults and having children is not the same as prostitution. Celeste Plantagenet York says, fortune favors the brave. Go after that power, not only for that, but I don't want remnants of me still walking this earth. This is why I don't want kids. I'm done with this earthly life. Okay, well, good luck with that. I'm not gonna try to like force you to see it differently. I just want you, Celeste, in our internet friendship, I don't want you to agree with me. I don't think I'll ever be able to convince you to agree with me. I just want you to see where I'm coming from, and maybe that'll help you understand mildly conservative people a little bit more. Anyways, back to the content.
And so what you have in that same paragraph, so you have Marx saying that what we're going to do is get back to our state of nature, but we're not going to go back. It's not going back. He's just discussed Babeuf and the failure of the French Revolution commune model. That it was all low end. It was, grubby. It was dirty. They had no high culture. They had not, same as Hitler's interest, no high culture. He says this is wrong. We're going to have a transcendence. So we're not going to go back to state of nature. We're going to transcend. And all he's doing is rehashing Rousseau, which had passed to Hegel and Schiller. And what Rousseau had said is we need to be, because he wanted to live a free libertine lifestyle, not liberal, but libertine, but he liked being a citizen, didn't he? And so he wanted to, savages made to live in cities. That's, I mean, in the French, but that's what he literally called them. Savages made to live in cities. That's the completion of man, the omega of man. Alpha of man is the primitive communist. The omega of man is when you reach the point where you're you have the same sharing attitude and liberated lifestyle as the beginning, but now you have all the high culture and benefits of all the production in between. So it's a perfectly paradoxical and impossible thing, but Marx calls it the riddle.
I love how big of a yapper James Lindsay is, because he is the only person that I have seen out yap Jordan Peterson so far.
Of history solved that knows itself to be its own solution.
What does the future hold for business? Ask 9 experts. You'll get 10 different.
Oh my God. Thank you, sweetheart.
On the scarlet beast of the apocalypse. And it was really illuminating to me. There's lots of the book of Revelation I just don't understand, me and many other people, but I understand some of it. So the scarlet beast is the degenerate state. So imagine that when a uniting principle disappears, so that would be the Nietzschean death of God, you get the postmodern condition, which is that there's no uniting narrative. And so the state grows a lot of different heads. It's kind of a hydra now. It's collapsing into chaos, symbolically speaking. It has a lot of different heads because nothing's uniting it. And that's why it's blood red, because that's a very dangerous condition. It's a fragmenting condition. Okay, so that's the scarlet beast of the degenerate state. This is a symbol of the end of times. And I don't mean the end of time per se. This is a symbol of how things end, right? Always.
Sure.
The state,
no, that's right.
Right.
I follow you.
So, okay, fine. So the state deteriorates still. It's a multi-headed hydra. Okay, but then it has something on its back. And that's the whore of Babylon. The mother of all prostitutes. So the idea there is that when the patriarchal state or psyche loses its central function, female sexuality commoditizes, right? And we can see that's like just happening everywhere right now. OnlyFans is the greatest example of that. That woman in Great Britain who's sleeping with like 100 men a night, or I think she managed 1,000 in a week, something like that. I won't say her name, but she's become very well known for the absolute outrageousness of her behavior. Her mother is her business manager. It's so awful that you just can't believe it. Okay, so you have this mother of all prostitutes. So that's the central spirit of commoditized female sexuality. That's going to happen when the state deteriorates. Of course, female sexuality is going to commoditize when the state loses its protective and integrative function. And so she offers this libertine pleasure, right? So you could think of power. That's a way that power That's what power offers to those who are willing to use power. It's like, why do you want control over someone? Well, to have your way with them, obviously. And there's going to be a sexual component to that. That was certainly the case in Marx's own life, for example. So you can imagine the fantasies that possessed him, too, would be, well, once we establish this new utopia, and the communists promised free love. That's a common leftist, as if it's love, which it isn't, and as if sex is free, which it never is. What happens at the end of the Scarlet Beast, Whore of Babylon dichotomy, say interaction, is the beast kills the prostitute. So that's perfect, right? Because so the degenerative patriarchal state breeds the commoditization of female sexuality, but ultimately destroys all pleasure. And I also think that's happening now. I mean, you have radically high rates of virginity, for example, among Japanese and South Koreans, and in the West more broadly, an apparent breakdown of the relationship between men and women, not least.
Y'all can hate this, but I love it so much. And I'll tell you why momentarily. They're taking social developments, they're taking biblical mythology and descriptions of society through like metaphor. And by the way, the reason why Warhammer 40K, the reason why I love Warhammer 40K, by the way, is because so much of it is like mythological. So much of it is rooted in either like pagan mythology or in the Christian Bible or whatever. And so I actually want to like Google the Whore of Babylon passage so I can find the description of the monster, because it sounds so metal. You know what, Connor? You're right. This is professional misogyny. I told you, bro. He's not a casual misogynist. He's like he's a high tier. He did not work this hard at misogyny in order for you to call him a filthy casual. So, but when I'm not even sure if they're describing the analogies accurately for what they're. I don't even know if the biblical authors were intending this as the interpretation. But what I do love is if you put it in your mind's eye, okay? Imagine a hydra, which is like a dragon, right? It's a dragon, a many-headed dragon. And the thing about a hydra is when you kill one of its heads, when you chop one of its heads off, it grows two heads back. And so you can't really kill a hydra except for by, I think Hercules used like a sword that he put in fire, right? So it scalded, it fused the wound cavity. That way the heads wouldn't come back, if I remember correctly. And so where he's saying, accurately or inaccurately, who cares, that when you lose a common patriarchal narrative or you lose a common narrative, you guys are probably assigning, more malevolence to these metaphors than I am. I think this is really cool. When you lose a common narrative, effectively what you have is you have the state becoming the hydra, and then who rides the state. Now, I don't think this is true literally, but I think it's funny that he points at the Whore of Babylon, which he views symbolically as unrepressed female sexuality. And then he thinks that this is the beginning of the implosion of the state, which is an interesting analysis. I have no idea how it stands biblically, but I'm just imagining exactly what he's saying because I'm familiar. I think her name is Bonnie Blue. I know who they're talking about. I think that even if you're a hedonist or a libertine, you should find her behavior repulsive, right? Which is she sleeps with like 1,000 men at a time. She sleeps with like hundreds of men at a time. She just gets, and these are not men that she checks for STDs. These are not men that she vets in any kind of way. She's shown videos of her effectively walking around in her neighborhood and just inviting men into her apartment, and then her sleeping with all of them back to 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 back. And it's like, who is this serving? What is the point of this besides attention? What did your father do to you that this is the way that you want to conduct yourself? And how, I'm just going to cuss because it's true, how psychologically fucked up is your mom that she is promoting this behavior, right? No, you're wrong. Thyme cat, you're mixing up people, then cries afterwards because of how she felt used and gross. No, That's Lily Phillips. Lily Phillips did the same stunt and slept with 100 people. And then she felt gross and did a documentary and all that kind of stuff. But she actually had, like, she felt used and gross. And, you know, it was a physical and emotional ordeal and this, that, the other. Bonnie Blue is Lily Phillips's friend who enjoys that behavior and has none of the psychological repercussions. Fake power man, women do this in the name of women's empowerment, right? But if we have, I understand, like, you guys reflexively, and I say you guys, I mean liberals and progressives, you have a reflexive hatred of patriarchy. But if this was happening in a truly patriarchal society, number one, her dad might be beaten to death for allowing this to happen. She would absolutely be criminally punished, maybe killed. And it would not be tolerated as a component of our society. Like it just wouldn't be. And so if you look at previous patriarchal societies that were monogamous, like 19th century America, yeah, the men had more power in relationships and they could dictate what their partners could do sexually infinitely more. But you didn't have this style of behavior unless it was criminal, like it was prostitution, or it was psychologically disordered. And if it happened, it was socially punished. And so as a result, what do we do now? Because we all kind of agree, or at least I think most of us agree, that the liberal governing framework where I don't grab a rock and then like find Bonnie Blue and hit her with a rock, we prefer this society, right? Yet she is doing something that is insane, that is socially toxic, that is probably health toxic, that is destructive. But I don't think there's any laws that can compel her to stop because we've legalized pornography. So what do? Right? We just kind of like tolerate it and ignore it and hope it goes away. But if this is contemporaneous, I love my large words, if this is happening at the same time as thousands of men being virgins because they've checked out of the sexual marketplace, there's something sexually dysfunctional with our society. Or have the gorilla befriend him? Befriend who? Why are you guys talking about gorillas? What are you doing? Like, what are you guys doing? Why is the gorilla involved? I don't want Lily Phillips or Bonnie Blue to be involved with a gorilla. Yeah, Sacred Snow says, and it was 100. I have to catch up with chat because I have to see why they're trying to involve a gorilla in the conversation we're having. Sacred Snow says, and it was 101 day, then it was 1,000 in a day. It's vile. Okay, I'm happy we can break bread on this. Commander Haircut says, the whore of Babylon is a metaphor for unrepressed female sexuality, implies that women become whores if left unchecked. I mean, you could say that this is like casual misogyny or misandry, but listen, man, unchecked sexuality, period, leads to promiscuity. I think this also applies to male promiscuity, where if you just let men do whatever they want, they will do repulsive and gross things. All right, this is you guys mixing it up. I'm worried about people like Bonnie Blue than repulsed, to be honest. Eric Dom says, well, I mean, good for you. I'm more repulsed than I am worried. Sam Monroe says, I miss the days where Sasha Grey was outrageous. True. First guy to go at the gorilla or the last guy to go? That was the comment. Listen, only in this 3,000 IQ chat could you get a comment like that. First guy to go at the gorilla or last guy to go in Bonnie Blue? That is a trolley problem. I need to save this. This is brilliant. I don't want to turn this into merchandise, but I need to send it to my merch gal. I need to actually produce merch. We already have like a dozen stickers and Warhammer art pieces and all that stuff, but I'm gonna send this. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna tweet it. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tweet that. That is brilliant. Twitter. Only on my streams can you have this high level of discussion in chat. Jonah boy, I hope This is probably going to be like a 50 like tweet, but I swear to God, I wish it was one of my, because I do have like occasional ones that get like tens of thousands of likes. That should be like a 200,000 like tweet. That is brilliant. Rodu says people have adopted LGBT only in countries where this madness was hugely promoted. In other countries, they live fine without this sick anti-Christian agenda. Well, Radu, I would argue, but then if we're talking about toxic femininity leading to this kind of like sexual degeneracy, then the patriarchal societies like Saudi Arabia have what I would call toxic masculinity, or Pakistan as an example, where a woman dating someone outside of her ethno-religious caste leads to both of them being killed with rocks. You know what I'm saying? So, liberalized libertines, female, if you want to call it female, dysfunctionally female sexual societies where we kind of defer to women in order to choose how they conduct their sexuality. And therefore, we're now tolerating Bonnie Blue as she does something horrible. If her having sex with 1,000 men is what's dysfunctional about Western society, then what I would say is dysfunctional about a toxically masculine patriarchal society like Pakistan is killing people with rocks, right? That would be my criticism. Jesus. You guys are crazy. Bonnie ain't gonna rip my face off. She might. You don't know. I would say the lack of checks always leads to maximal hedonism. Yeah, we should probably try to disassociate it, but I think that maximal hedonism can manifest in different ways, which is why Jordan Peterson is gendering it. So hold on. I want to challenge Commander Haircut though. So Commander Haircut, this is, I think this might be a me versus everyone else thing because I don't have that issue in regards to promiscuity personally. What, like you don't object to it? I object. Yeah, I object to the dysfunctions that we've just described. And modern medicine clears out most of the worst STDs. But you guys are talking about like avoiding physical consequence. Whereas I think what we're talking about is kind of like spiritual or social consequence. Hey, Connor, what's your favorite brand of suppressor? I'm not that rich yet, man. Come back to me in like a year. In a year, if we're making tens of thousands of dollars a month, we will, of course, be adopting dogs and saving them from the shelter. And we'll be training various people to defend their religious communities while at worship. But I'll tell you what my favorite suppressor is once I have money to afford one. Raymond Smith says, monitor, I reclaim my time. Monitor, I reclaim my time. Fimecat says, look at the stats on how many child brides die on their wedding night on the next week due to internal bleeding. Western women have no clue what misogyny is. Well, that would be my argument to Commander Haircut. And Commander Haircut, by the way, this is what I want you to move from, okay? So I think oftentimes if you had a liberal or progressive commentator up here instead of myself, what they would just say, oh yeah, Jordan Peterson's being a misogynist. But Jordan Peterson might be making a stereotypically anti-feminine statement in reference to female promiscuity. However, what I would argue is that he would also criticize male promiscuity. And so he's not some like, he doesn't exclusively hate women. He hates dysfunctional men as well. He has openly criticized Andrew Tate plenty of times. And if you were to talk about, Andrew Tate's lifestyle of pimping out webcam girls that he pretends he's going to marry in order to sex traffic them to Romania in order to use their bodies as his vehicle for wealth before transferring that into more wealth, before using that wealth in order to sell his lifestyle to young men, I think that he would be so repulsed that the way that we've talked about, like in patriarchal societies, you would grab a rock and hit the woman. I think that Jordan Peterson and I, because we share the perspective about how bad Andrew Tate is, we would be willing to grab rocks and throw them at Andrew Tate as well. Metaphorical rocks in the modern day, but in ancient days, probably actual rocks. Raymond Smith says, yeah, that was funny. I wish we did live in a true patriarchal society, then I would feel safe around men. This patriarchy is fake. I don't think you'd want to live in Pakistan or Saudi Arabia, which I would view as distillations of patriarchal societies. No, I don't have a compulsion like that without checks. Okay. Kalili says, do we think that Bonnie Blue is the logical conclusion, or is she just an abnormal woman? I agree that she's an abnormal woman, but there's no social checks against her because we've said that the social checks are worse than her behavior. I don't see this behavior from my secular women friends, and they would find this disgusting. Kalili, I agree with you to an extent, but I also think that if you look at things like Sex in the City or other TV shows like Euphoria and all that kind of stuff, I think that even if they're exaggerations of reality, promiscuity is normalized in certain subcultures, and it's not punished by the broader culture. As an example, I'm just going to share this. It's an extended friend. It's not a family member. There's a woman that I'm aware of that is very wealthy, very pretty, very intelligent, very well educated, comes from a good family, et cetera, et cetera. She had 2 kids with a very well-to-do man. He comes from money. He's a good-looking guy. She just destroyed her family, and she's acting like nothing, right? It doesn't do anything. She's effectively she also broke up another family. She's in a high school level lovey-dovey relationship with another man who has another family and also has kids. Her husband is debating whether or not to divorce her. Her family has effectively been endlessly talking shit to her for 2 or 3 weeks, and she is acting like she is entitled to having an extramarital affair with a man that she loves, and that everybody should just let her do what she wants to do. And I would say 100 years ago, she would have been beaten by her spouse, beaten by her father, would have been divorced and shamed and excluded socially. But because we don't put these rails on relationships anymore, and we also think that men beating women is worse than women cheating on their spouses, she's effectively suffered no consequences except for losing her family, which, to be honest, it doesn't seem like she cares. So is she an exception? Is she a social abnormality? Probably. I think most people would care more about losing their family, but this behavior has largely gone unpunished in a consequence that she cares about, which I find dysfunctional. I mean, women also do have a choice to be either traditional or I'll do what I do. Well, Cameron, that's kind of what that would be my argument, is that we should be fighting for a better society. You and I should be fighting for a better society. So regardless of what Bonnie Blue does, or regardless of what this other woman does in reference to her marriage, her relationships, we as a community, my small but beautiful and 3,000 IQ community, we should discourage cheating. We should discourage dysfunctional promiscuity. This whole liberal thing is kind of new for us evolutionarily. I agree. Silver Jack Man says, just got here. What is Bonnie Blue? I feel like I don't want to Google it. Pornographic actress who sleeps with hundreds of men per day. She's a good-looking gal. I'm not saying she's not a good-looking gal, but she is gross. Sometimes I think men project their promiscuity onto women, and I don't think we're actually naturally inclined to it. Sometimes. Obviously, that doesn't apply to Bonnie Blue. Yes. All right, anyways, we'll get back into the content. But the point is that this is a dysfunction. I can concede to it being something that we should socially discourage. That's good enough. That's good enough for me. We can worry about ourselves. We don't need to pick up rocks and throw them at other people, literally. Commander Haircut says, what I said earlier was meant to be that I don't have those compulsions in regards to hedonistic impulses when left unchecked. Well, I mean, Commander Haircut, that is good for you, but there are different people, obviously, and they have different impulses. Anyways, let's move back into the content. Otherwise, we'll be here all day talking about the dynamics of modern American and modern Western sexuality versus the patriarchal societies of the Middle East, North Africa, and Asia, which is fun, by the way. But just, we shouldn't spend all our time on it. Celeste Plantagenet says, puts down rock. Oh, gross.
Politically, right, with the men starting to fly off into the conservative sphere of influence and the women becoming increasingly liberal. So that's another... It shows you the fact that these mythological tropes appear fitting, shows you how deep the malaise is, right?
Sure.
The culture war is way deeper than the political.
In a vehicle to this is transgression, right? Transgression of the existing order. And transgression, I think, is such a key feature In fact, I've described recently a cult of transgression that you can easily describe on the woke left, right? And it kind of fits my same energy, different direction, or same energy, opposite direction, because you see with both of these two wokes, but also other these kind of degenerate ideologies and psychosocial dynamics, you have this cult of transgression where the way it's like the payment to be in the cult is to transgress a little further. You start with, oh yeah, well, we need LGBT representation. Okay, we've already transgressed because the T is different from the LGB. It's completely different. It refers to trying to work out a
it's a competition of transgression.
Well, there's nothing in lesbian, gay, or bisexual that is a disintegrated psychology. There's something fundamental in the transition that's a disintegrated psychology. If you have gender dysphoria, if we admit that that's even real, you have a disintegrated psychology. Your phenomenology of self and your ontology of self are out of whack. And in fact, what they do then is once it gets out of whack, they invert it. And they put this phenomenology first and say the ontology has to follow. So if we do enough surgery, somehow we've changed ourselves. This is completely disordered thinking. So it's already a transgression, but let's not get lost.
Well, and the foundational principle there is sexual identity, right? This is a very strange thing about these fragmented identity claims, is that they, like, an identity should unite, and it should serve a psychological and a social purpose simultaneously.
Sure.
An identity that's predicated on hedonistic orientation isn't an identity at all.
And this is where the transgression is. What does the whore present? The whore, she presents sex out of its context. It's free, as you said, sex is never free. She presents free sex, right? So what she presents,
the ultimate delusion,
the ability to transgress. And so you go from LGBT itself as a word, but we need representation. Okay, fine. So we need to put gay characters on TV. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe it's not a problem. Who knows? Well, we take a step. What does it got to be after this? We know, well, we need gay characters in children's programming. It's a further transgression. Then we need them in schools. Now we need a drag queen to come read to the kids. Well, the drag performance needs to get more radical. And you can see it in the pride parades too. It's the inclusion of more and more transgressive stuff. This is a cult of transgression, and it's how
so now we can link the transgression back to your original idea that you have a hierarchy of social status, let's call it conservative. And so now the parasitic predators swarm in and they splinter it. They splinter with transgression.
Sure.
Right. So that's an important thing to note, right?
But there's a deeper thing here, which is it's also what Mao did with his red identity, black identities, which were split themselves, is that the target is actually normal integrated society, and the excuse for the targeting is the opposite side pathology. Right. And so with Marcuse, to go back to the left, he writes this essay in 1965, Repressive Tolerance. He says, okay, there's three kinds of tolerance. He says there's democratic tolerance. That's what a normal, healthy society has, and it only can tolerate so much or it'll fall apart. And then there's the repressive right wing, maybe it's fascist, whatever. He actually uses the word fascist repeatedly. And then what he says is actually those two things are the same thing because of different stupid excuses, nuclear weapons or whatever else. So actually we live in the repressive state now.
Yeah, right. All game rules are repressive.
And his argument is actually that all capitalist society will degenerate into fascism unless it's resisted. And he says the answer to this is liberating tolerance. And what is liberating tolerance? And his own definition, which is, close to from memory, a quote, it is, we will extend liberating tolerance, he says, would mean we extend tolerance to movements from the left and we withdraw tolerance from movements from the right, which is everything to his right. Okay, so speaking,
it's amazing how that's played out
in psychopathology. That's splitting, by the way.
And sociologically, I mean, one of the things I've noticed about my home country, it's really stark in Canada. If conservatives protest, they're flattened.
Yeah,
left protest, there's no holds barred. No matter how pathological it becomes, the left-wing protesters are always the heroic victims. The trucker convoy was a great example of that, right? Because, it was a disruptive demonstration, although remarkably peaceful. And the legal repercussions are still unrolling. And I think maybe tell me what you think about this. I think it's because it might be partly the spread of the ideas of Marcuse through the culture.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I also think that people are genuinely people. There's something to genuinely fear when actual conservatives protest, because they don't do it until they're pushed to the wall.
There may be, but I think
well, is it also an indication that something very fundamental has gone sideways? Because conservatives aren't the protesting type.
I wanted to share something special with you.
So, breaking that down before we continue, democratic tolerance, fascist tolerance, and liberating tolerance, something from Marcuse, I think he says. And this is something that's actually frustrating to me, is the conflation of democratic tolerance and fascist tolerance. Number one, I don't think there's such a thing as fascist tolerance. I think the closest you can get to fascist tolerance is you can be in the closet and we won't kill you as long as we don't find out about you, right? That's kind of like Nazi Germany, where I think there were some gay Nazis, but they were in the closet and they weren't allowed to operate, in public as gay people because they would be killed. I would have to look at that. Let me see if were there any gay Nazis. I feel like I've heard that. Were there any gay Nazis? Although some gay men joined the Nazi party, there's no evidence that they were overrepresented. Ernst Röhm, the highest-ranking gay Nazi. This might be what I was thinking about. Ernst Röhm, highest-ranking gay Nazi, presents an interesting construction and containment of masculinity by the right. I think this is it's not literally, it's actually what I was thinking about, where you can have a man who's homosexual, but they have to defer their gay identity and their competence to the fascist movement. And if their homosexuality comes out, then they will be extremely, extremely punished. So that's what I would view as like fascist tolerance. You have to be, not only do you have to be competent, you have to be an enabler of the fascist movement, or else you will not be tolerated. Then democratic tolerance, I would say, is there's this excellent South Park episode. It's funny how many times we reference South Park on the stream, but there's the Museum of Tolerance in a South Park episode where they talk about like eliminating slurs and all that kind of stuff. And who is it? It's the gay teacher. It's Mr. Garrison, right? Mr. Garrison is being increasingly transgressive at school, and everybody keeps applauding him for being like a degenerate freak. But what he's trying to do is he's trying to get fired for being degenerate so he can sue the school board and sue the school system for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the end of the episode is Mr. Garrison going on a speech about how his own behavior has been repulsive and should be punished, and how he shouldn't be, allowed to do all the crazy stuff he's doing, because in a democratic society, you can tolerate certain behavior, meaning that you don't think it like deserves like violent censure, but that doesn't mean that the bad behavior is good. Bonnie Blue being the perfect example for this. In a democratic society, we might tolerate Bonnie Blue, but we would never celebrate Bonnie Blue. As a matter of fact, if anything, we should criticize the hell out of her because she's being a horrible example of what like a woman should be, or the way that you should take care of your sexual health, or the way that you should gauge socially with your sexuality and all that kind of stuff. So democratic tolerance would tolerate Bonnie Blue. Liberating tolerance, according to Marcuse, is tolerance that always extends left but never extends right. And so I have to say, this is something that we've seen on Twitch and YouTube politics, consciously or subconsciously, where, I'm happy to have you few dozen folks who are hanging out with me during your workday. But in Twitch and YouTube politics, if you criticize Bonnie Blue for being a promiscuous, let's face it, whore, she's being literally a whore, she's getting paid to have sex, your criticism of her aggressive use of promiscuity is in and of itself used as like evidence of your fascistic authoritarian instincts, and your fascistic authoritarian instincts, by calling her like a promiscuous whore and how her behavior shouldn't be replicated, is viewed as more nefarious than her antisocial behavior. And that absolutely happened in Twitch and YouTube politics. You couldn't tell me that it didn't happen in Twitch and YouTube politics. That was like 100% my experience for the better part of 3 years, was anytime you criticized any level of promiscuity, you were more morally dubious and nefarious for criticizing sexuality than the antisocial promiscuity that was being done. So I'm going to save that. I think that's a pretty interesting insight. It's not something that I'm going to use all the time, but it is something that I think is worthy of understanding when it comes to far left dynamics.
As we transition,
and the trucker protest tells us something different, because the target, these people, this is one of the most genuinely peaceful, pro-liberty, free. It was the freedom convoy, and they meant it, and they policed their own borders, and they kept the radicals out on the right. So what happened was they showed up, the left showed up to protest the normal people. I'm not going to say the middle, the normal people, everyday freedom-loving Canadians. And the excuse was there's a...
She's not a whore. Listen, this is a distinction without a difference. Let's Google the definition of whore. She's a pornographic actress. Whore definition. A prostitute. What's a prostitute? Prostitute definition. A person who engages in sexual activity for payment. Bonnie Blue engages in sexual activity for payment. So you can make a distinction. I don't think there's a difference. I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but either way. In my opinion, she is a prostitute. And that is bad. You should have, if you enjoy sex and you want to get paid for it, go for it, and I will extend you democratic tolerance. However, I'm not going to say that that's good. It's not good to be a prostitute. It's not good to be a whore. Okay? It's not. Okay? Be normal. Just be normal. Fine Cats is blocking them streets in downtown inner city, about 50 high-end, 12,000 plus a month condos. The rest was skyscrapers, office buildings. Yes, wealthy people were inconvenienced. Good. Also, how bad do you got to be one of the 1,000 guys? Like, I've had a couples get at me on dating apps, and I've always passed because having another guy present seems awkward, even if they're just watching. Yeah, pass. Pass. All right. Anyways. N-Sort says, when will the madness end? When dogs and cats live together because we call Siberian Huskies cats? Well, I mean, some dogs and cats do live together.
Far right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened is I call this ideological flattening or dialectical flattening, but it's psychologically it's splitting. The person that's occupying the leftist deranged position has flattened liberals and conservatives into a single monster.
Yeah.
Not so they can fight the conservatives, so they can fight the liberals. And that's happening on the other side. Conservatives will look over and say, well, there's the far left. And all the classical liberals are actually in their camp. And they've flattened them. It's the same splitting behavior. And again, so this is, again, an emphasis of this woke, or an exhibition of this woke right phenomenon of same energy, different direction, opposite directions in this case. And the idea is that they are attacking the middle through the proxy of the far opposite side. So I brought up Marcuse because he's also famous for Eros and Civilization and the sexual liberation. And we were talking about the pride and the queer theory.
Well, those left-wing movements in the 60s all floated on a cloud of free love.
That's right. They did. But look at the Pride Parade. Okay, so we need representation and visibility for gay people because there's a repressive society. That's the excuse. It's the far right that won't let anybody come out. So they come out. And is that where it stays? Is that what they're actually targeting? No. You have fetishes. You have all kinds of perversion, degeneracy. I mean, I don't want to even talk about what it is, explicitly, which is an advantage to queer theories. Nobody will say what it actually says. Yeah, because it's so gross. Yeah. But what they were targeting were liberal societal norms, real societal norms, healthy, let's forget liberal, healthy, not degenerate societal norms about sex and sexuality. And the excuse was if you
degenerate's the right word too, I think, because I think one of the hallmarks, because if you are a relativist, you might say, well, who are you to place modes of orienting yourself in the world in a hierarchy?
Yeah, sure.
Because you described some of them as degenerate. The reason that they're degenerate is because when they're employed, they degenerate.
Yeah, sure, of course.
So they're games that violate their own principles as they play themselves out.
But there's nothing about a guy in fetish gear at a parade in front of children, for example, that's challenging the norms of a repressive sexual society that thinks that, it should be procreative, heterosexual sex only. that's an excuse. It's pretext. What they're after is the norms that hold regular society together. And my argument is that the woke right does the same thing. They have a cult of transgression too. They sometimes.
So, Christian Blaris, sorry if I'm sighing into the microphone, but we're gaining insight, but we're also taking psychic damage simultaneously. So my apologies. Christian Blair says, I actually forgot how full of baloney James is and how much of an effing coward he runs from debates. He found a new niche, which is the woke right. Well, Christian Blair, you and I might legitimately see this differently. I would infinitely prefer quote unquote classical liberals like Jordan Peterson and this guy, James Lindsay. I would infinitely prefer them going to war with the woke right than I would to just endure another decade of anti-social justice warrior content. Now, what Commander Haircut says, which I find interesting, is I like that this video is about the woke right and we have to include like an hour of pandering. So I don't view this as pandering. I view this as they obviously have a very entrenched MAGA conservative audience, and they probably have a lot of crossover with the woke right. So in order to get their audience on board with the concept that there's even something descriptively wrong with the right wing, they need to be able to describe all of the degenerate behavior on the far left that they object to. That way they can kind of get people like warmed up, like, okay, yeah, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. Okay, I understand, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. Okay, now what? The right wing does XYZ ABC that's, psychologically identical to all the things that I agree are bad. So they're slowly moving their audience to identifying the antisocial, degenerate, disgusting behavior on the far right by describing it so vividly on the far left. So I understand that if you're a lefty, if you're a progressive, if you're a liberal, that could probably be annoying because you feel like they're just attacking you the entire time when they're supposed to be attacking the far right. However, I do think it's necessary for their current the current demography of their audience. This is necessary for them not to have their audience recoil and reject their message instantaneously. Connor's on the woke right? I don't think so. I think I'm in the center. Woke right is 1,000 girls for one guy. If you talk to Andrew Tate, that's true. If you talk to Nick Fuentes, that's not true. That was sigh-worthy. Good. Now that's a workout. True. Valor Media Network, James and most of the right lie about the Canadian trucker situation because their vaccine conspiracy theory dipsticks. He and Peterson are crying about hypersexualization amongst progressives. Okay. I cry about hypersexualization amongst progressives. I think y'all, not y'all, but I think some of y'all need to chill the hell out. And then, not Philip Coffey, though. Philip Coffey can do whatever he wants, all right? He and Peterson are crying about hypersexualization. Yeah, sure. Okay. And my argument is that this is pandering because you got to give the babies candy before you tell them candy is bad. Well, yeah. No offense. If there's one thing that's happened in my time in Twitch and YouTube politics and alternative media as a whole, it's not contempt for the audience, but I have realized that broad swaths of the audience you have to spoon feed, or else they're not going to come along with you. This is why I appreciate you fine folk, you dozens of fine folk who are hanging out with me today, is because you guys have 3,000 IQ. You allow me to go on crazy rants. You engage with me in all these like psychotic, schizophrenic hypotheticals. You fight back and forth. You guys, I joke about the 3,000 IQ thing because I'm sure we have some morons amongst us, but I actually legitimately think that we're having higher level discussions than what's available in other entertainment, because I watch the other entertainment sometimes, and the other entertainment is pausing every 5 minutes and going, huh, wow, that's crazy. Wow, huh, dang. That's like 80% of reaction content, right? I feel like we, tooting our own horns, we can use complex words and most of us understand it. So thank you, Philip Coffey. I appreciate your consideration for keeping most of the degen stuff in check. While supporting fascism, just don't like the racial identitarians and anti-Semites because their view of the racists went too far. Well, I mean, that Jordan Peterson's been saying that for a decade. Celeste Plantagenet York says, all I know is that after this admin is long gone, I don't think anyone will be able to trust Republic once. That's a hell of a word. Again, yeah, I agree. But I would view this. I don't know. I'm going to challenge you guys on this. I'm not saying that you're not going to dislike them. But wouldn't you prefer to have a party that was filled with way more Jordan Petersons and way more James Lindsays who are like, yeah, I think you guys are filthy degenerates, and I think that you're sweeping for communism, but I don't hate you and I don't want to kill you, versus Nick Fuentes, and other like Groyper psycho Christian nationalist freaks who say, yeah, you know, we don't like minorities and we either want to deport them or kill them. You know, I would prefer all these guys. Right? As a matter of fact, I am one of these guys. I might not be as lost in the right-wing sauce as these guys, but I am these guys. Commander Haircut says, morons amongst us. Connor doing the Asmongold impression. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Continuing. But they want to control everyone with their rules. Well, Celeste Plantagenet York, all I want to do is I just want to say, find a nice Air Force husband. And you can tell me no, and then you can give me the middle finger, and then I'll shrug my shoulders and move on. And I'm pretty sure that if you were friends with James Lindsay or if you were friends with Jordan Peterson, they would do the same thing. They would say, Celeste, we think that you're so cool. You're so nice. You're so smart. You're so pretty. You need to get married to a nice Air Force man in your local town. And then you'll give them the middle finger, and then they'll be like, okay, we tried. Yeah. I can't tell if that's a... Is that a middle finger? Yes. Oh, that's awesome. Dang. I got owned. Yeah. Sorry, that's funny. That is funny. All right.
Sometimes call it being based, but that's a completely bad word for what they're trying to describe, because based should mean based in reality, although the origin of the term is slang for being free-based on cocaine. So they're out of their minds, right? It's just...
Sorry, we need to hear that because somebody was giving them somebody gave them flack for that on Twitter.
Cult of transgression too. They sometimes call it being based, but that's a completely bad word for what they're trying to describe, because based should mean based in reality, although the origin of the term is slang for being free-based on cocaine. So they're out of their minds, right? It's just funny how this lines up. But what do? Okay, so the left has told us, the far left has told us, you can't be racist. Racist is worse. Everybody's a racist. And of course, they completely made degenerate the concept of racism, the word racism, the accusation, the sky is racist, going for a hike is racist. But they aren't trying to reclaim and say, okay, no, wait. Racism's bad. We don't want to be racist. And nobody should be racist. And the left completely ruined it. So we need to reclaim the term and have this healthy societal norm about discrimination and bigotry. What they're doing instead is saying it's time for us to be a little bit racist. The left said, don't be racist, so we're going to be really racist. And we're going to do it in order to make, to own the libs, as they sometimes phrase the thing, right? But really it's to reject woke culture's the pretext. They're not acting racist or blaming Jews for everything going wrong in society, or, getting further and further into the racial expression or the white racial consciousness or whatever, or the white supremacy or even white nationalism in order to challenge the left. No, they're doing it to challenge the center, the healthy core of society and its norms. Well, so that's the target. It's a cult of transgression, but they point in opposite directions. Left in some sense says, don't be racist. They say, do be racist. And this is, again, the communist fascist thing. We're going to liberate everybody. That's what the communists say. They come along, it screws everything up. And, there's all this oppression in society. We're going to liberate people from oppression and everything's going to be utopia. That's Marcuse in a nutshell. Okay.
Defined primarily by full sexual liberation.
Of course.
Right.
And
there is.
Hold on. It all goes to hell. And so then the right wakes up, woke, and says, actually, I think the oppression's what was holding us together. So we should do more of it. And they create a hierarchy in society that's very rigid, again, with that Führer principle from the fascists, because Mussolini had his lighter version of it. Hitler concretized it for Nazi Germany in 1933, following Carl Schmitt's book, The Legal Basis for the Total State. They created the legal structure for this thing, but the idea was that there is a hierarchy that kept society on the.
Well, Christian Valerius, you keep getting negative randomly that I'm surprised by, to be honest, because maybe I'm dumb. I don't know, but he said that based is originates from the use of cocaine, and it took me a second to get there. So I checked out based in the Urban Dictionary. I found that it was like, okay, well, it means like doing your own thing, being independent in thought, being confidently yourself, et cetera, et cetera. And that was in reference to a hip hop artist named Lil B, also known as the Based God. And then in an interview, he said that his ideas, his lyrics, the way he conducted himself was so crazy that people used to call him a basehead. And a basehead is effectively like a crazy coke addict. So, yeah, so Jonah Boy agrees with it. So while it did sound like a boomer interpretation of the term, James Lindsay was correct. So, so you're saying like they're cringe, they don't debate, they don't do this, they don't do that. Like, yeah, probably. There's probably some cringe that we could find that we could call out. Unfortunately, the most recent thing that I've heard was he was correct. He was correct about the origin of based, which is crazy. Christian Blair says Peterson calls the WEF and lefties hat support them are evil. He fundamentally believes that the vaccine will kill 1 in 4. He had the power. He would exercise control. Sure. But, everybody has a schizoid uncle. OK, I don't like Jordan Peterson because I think he's correct on everything. He says crazy shit every now and then. But it's kind of like having like a crazy family member. You know what I'm saying? Like if you had like a crazy drunk uncle who let you drive the car and he taught you how to like drive stick and shoot the BB gun when your parents weren't looking and all that kind of stuff, then that's kind of Jordan Peterson to me, in my opinion, where it's like, I don't trust Jordan Peterson to be correct about all things, but I do trust him to like try and to think about things and to be intuitive and insightful and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not going to him to like mirror his exact perspective on the world. But I do think that what he says, it sparks the creativity and insight and interest in my own brain that allows me to think about the world more complexly. And that's what I value about him. And I'm happy to see him. In my opinion, he hasn't said that much cringe so far in this interview, and he has spawned some insight in my brain. So I'm thankful for that. This is like, to me, this is like old JBP. And then if every now and then he's just like, and the vaccines are going to kill us all, then I'll just be like, okay, that's the benzo withdrawal. That's because he hasn't had a piece of broccoli in a decade. It happens. Your crazy uncle isn't right about everything, but he'll teach you cool stuff. Possum Nation says some people don't believe in dinosaurs, but are experts in other things. Yep. I have a crazy drunk uncle. He's awesome. Everyone should get a crazy drunk uncle. Exactly. I don't agree with these guys in general, but it's really refreshing to see the right policing themselves back to the center. Hopefully, we're going to watch some schizoid rightoids in a minute who reacted to this conversation very negatively. Harmonic Fox says, I'm to the right of Destiny, but to the left of you. What does that make me at Valor? Not woke. Makes you very centrist, to be honest. At least according to this dynamic that they're describing in this conversation. Shouts to the base god and the crazy Uncle Jordan Peterson. Exactly, Johnny Blaze. Exactly. You don't have to believe every single thing he says. You don't have to worship him. You don't have to think that he's like the best thing since sliced bread. You just take the good advice and you leave the bad. That's all you do. If your nieces and nephews don't have a crazy drunk uncle, then you are the crazy uncle. Correct.
The rails, and we're going to go back to that hierarchy in extreme pastiche form. And there's a reward structure socially for the people in the club to push the envelope and attack those normal everyday societal norms in the center. So again, same energy, opposite direction. But the point is the transgression.
Pachydermis Assertus says, my crazy drunk uncle was stupid and a bigot. I'll be your crazy drunk uncle. Don't worry about it. Anyways, quick shill. We're halfway through the content. We'll get through this and then we'll move into Sargon of Akkad's response to this. Please like the channel if you haven't done so already. That helps us in the algorithm, lets other people know we're live. If you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, feel free to super chat. It's never required, but it is appreciated. We do have a couple of kind souls who already gave us some donations early in the stream. Thank you kindly for your donations. And then also, if you have to dip out for whatever reason, you got to go to work, you got to pick up the kids, you got to do this, you got to do that, then you can catch the VODs on the Counterpoints home channel. So if there's a segment that you missed that you want to check out later, then obviously go watch those segments, like them, comment over there as well. Helps in the algorithm, gives us ad revenue. And if you're brokies but you can't do it, a like and a comment are always appreciated but never required. And a donation is always appreciated but never required. With that being said, let's continue.
Which they call queering on the left. We don't have a word for it on the right. They call it being based, but that's not the same as transgress. But it's still transgression. And so same pathology for different reasons, same idea. Like Marx said, you go all the way back to the state of nature, you're going to combine it with the end. So you're going to become the man, the alpha man, who's also the omega man. In other words, the alpha and the omega of humanity. So you become God man, Homo Deus, as Harari named it in his book Homo Deus. And then on the right, they don't go that far back. They don't go back to the state of nature. They're not interested in the state of nature. They're interested in the mythic past from which they've been dispossessed that never existed, a romantic vision of who they were at some golden era in the past that they've been ejected from. But they're still now the alienated outsider. They're still the alien force came in, dispossessed them from who they are, and now they're going to claim it back. And the way they're going to do it is by organizing a fascist structure as an answer to the degeneracy, a very rigid structure, and in a too rigid structure, in answer to the not rigid enough structure of communism. And then what they do is the exact same transgression against the center to build their own power out in their local little cult against the big game of society. They're attacking the game of society to build their numbers with the hope of being able to replace it in both cases. So this is why I call these people woke. It's not just that they've gone on cancel rampages and struggle sessions. It's not that they've put me through a relentless struggle session since September without stopping, or, doxed my family and everything else in their wrath. I said, James calls them all woke right, and they decide to prove me wrong by canceling me and struggling me and doxing my family and acting exactly like we all went through in 2015 when you stood up about the pronouns. And that's the thing, Jordan. Back then, you stood up and you paid. That was ugly. And you were right. You saw that when they said you will use these literally transgressive pronouns
or else,
you said no. And it's like the world lost its mind on you. And it's, looking back, it's almost quaint, but it wasn't quaint to go through. But the thing is you were right. And then Peter and Helen and I did the grievance studies papers, and we were right. So we were right. And I see the same structures, the same patterns, the same behaviors, the same reactions, the same explanations with slight modifications. That's the difference between communism and fascism as modern archetypes. And what I see when you can think of those as modern era mythologies for how society is supposed to be organized. And I see the same thing. And the thing is, we were right then and we're right now.
Brave of him to say we, because I think there's some comments in chat that I think are worthy of addressing. So Harmonic Fox says, I might be more conservative than you even in some ways, Valor Media Network. I don't think drinking should be seen as socially normal. I think having a society full of alcoholics is bad. I agree with you descriptively, but I think it's so socially normalized that it's going to remain legal. Also, I want the capacity. I don't drink very often, but I do want the capacity to go to the local public house and have a few pints with the boys and talk smack about the good old days, right? So I don't drink every day. I drink like maybe once every few weeks. I'm not like a huge alcohol guy, mostly because I think the physiological consequences outweigh like the enjoyment that I have. But I still want the capacity to do it. So I wouldn't like heavily encourage it. I just think it's pretty normal, especially for young folk. Then Christian Valera says, Trump will 100% do more fascistic stuff, and these R-slurs will continue to cry about progressive hypersexualization and online Nazis that say way horrible stuff online. So Christian Valera's, I agree with you that the elephant in this room is that it's MAGA. Like they effectively spent the first 30 minutes of this segment describing Trump and yet they never say Trump and they never say MAGA. And instead, they're trying to limit the conversation to exclusively dissident right-wing freaks. However, I still find this state of affairs and them actually punching right for once as an infinitely greater development than what could be going on, which is effectively Jordan and James sweeping for MAGA in perpetuity and never calling out any of the bad actors on the right. So I think this conversation needs to be expanded. I actually want to reach out to James Lindsay and maybe have a conversation with him about the woke right stuff, because I think it's important. I think it's 100% important that even center-right liberals, classic liberals, quote unquote, that they call out the BS. It's important. Them sort of passing over their own responsibility for this result. I wonder if we asked them, like, hey, do you feel partially responsible for this jerk to the right? They might say, like, yeah, but we thought it was necessary. We tried banning alcohol in this country, but it didn't go well. Agree, JTS, 100%. Philip Coffey says, I think there's definitely needs to be a space between this needs to be outlawed and this needs to be promoted to the utmost degree. Yeah, I think that's where I am most of the time. Astronaut Farmer says, what was the alcohol content? 4, 5, 9%. Good to see you, Astronaut Farmer, by the way. If Taze was here, he would 100% back me up. Okay, well, Taze is a good dude. He's based and I trust him. So yeah. Yeah, there's no getting rid of the woke right with Trump around. He's the hive mind. Right. So it's interesting seeing them kind of like dance around all of these antisocial behaviors, but for them to pretend that it's not Trump. I think that's funny as hell, actually.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it as the hijacking of belief, right? That's right. A nice phrase.
It's a parasite.
Yeah.
And that hijacking of belief is this, just to take it all the way back to the Gnostic thing, that's what the Gnostic cults did before Irenaeus put them down. And then, Augustine comes along and mentions them all and says there have been 84 heresies or whatever up to this point by the 4th century. The Gnostic cults did the same thing. They splintered off from the true faith. They came up with the idea that they had secret knowledge. That's the gnosis. But look at what the cults were, like the Manichaean cult. The Manichaean cult is a absolute splitting of the world into total good and evil. It's not us and them. It's us and everybody else against us. And the idea is that the evil is embodied in the world, and the good have to slowly work to consume the evil and turn it to good. And eventually you end up with all good. But this Manichaean battle between good and evil.
Eric Dom says, I often feel that here in Europe, we too often ask politicians to solve cultural problems that are not first and foremost political. How is it in the U.S.? I would say in the U.S., we're more used to fighting it out culturally. However, what's been going on is it's becoming increasingly political, where the culture is so dominated by politics that they're becoming one and the same. That's why we have a reality TV star for president of the United States, is because we've combined the political with the cultural. And I blame Steve Bannon. I blame Andrew Breitbart. I don't think they were wrong. They were just early, and they used who said it? I don't know if it was Breitbart or if it was Bannon, but I'm pretty sure Bannon is a spiritual successor to Breitbart anyways. But he said that politics is downstream from culture. And so what happens is if you create a conservative culture, they're going to want to pass conservative legislation. If you create a progressive culture, they're going to want to create, a progressive legislation and a progressive rule. And so the thing about it is, I think through the 90s, the liberals were so dominant, progressives and liberals were so dominant in culture that their domination of culture was just presumed. Whereas as soon as like YouTube and alternative media and social media became a thing, the conservatives had a new way to pursue power. And in so doing, they have gained power again, but there's opportunists. I would say Trump is the pinnacle of an opportunist who uses the conservative power base to his own nefarious ends. And I think they're calling out the alternative media creators who have used the conservative power base for their own nefarious ends. But the truth is, in the past half decade to a decade, it's a free-for-all. It's basically a Western-style gunfight in culture and in politics every single day. The good news is, though, that Americans have like a default to anybody can say anything at any point. And so if you're a dissident or a critic, you can talk shit about anybody, which is awesome. That's why I love it. That's why I love doing what I do. Christian Valera says Breitbart, to his credit, wouldn't have supported half of what Bannon and other far rights prescribed. He would have despised Trump. I wish he was around. He died in his 50s, like 10 years ago, I want to say, 15 years ago. I wish Breitbart was around so I could hear what he would have to say about the Trump and MAGA phenomena.
Is what Marx codifies on the first page of the Communist Manifesto when he says that in a word, what he's talking about, the entirety of the story of history is oppressor versus oppressed. Mm-hmm. It's a fundamental dualistic metaphysics. Mm-hmm. There's no unity of society with a kind of melange of different people in different places working, playing different roles, sliding up and down the ladder. No, there is a fundamental dualism. You might move within each of those, but there's a fundamental dualistic structure, and they are in conflict. That's the first line of the Communist Manifesto after the famous preface. The first chapter, he says, the history of man is the history of the conflict of contending classes, oppressor and oppressed. And he says that what it's going to result in is the revolution of society or the common ruin of the contending classes. So either the bottom's going to come up on top and take over, the splinter group is going to replace society itself, or they're going to ruin everything.
So Pachydermis Assertus says, there's a danger to pathologizing the fascist mind. Perfectly normal, rational people can be fascist and turn into a pathology obscures this and provides them cover. I agree with you, Pachydermis Absurdist. And so far, what I would say is they're not necessarily pathologizing fascism itself, although I do think that they would argue that it's a psychological and political pathology. What they've done is they've said that there's two games of power happening simultaneously. There's ideologies in the world trying to invoke and create a world that is more in line with their ideologies, and that's how we view political tribal groups. But then there's people within those groups who, regardless of whether or not they believe in the ideology, they are desperate social climbers who are trying to get the top to the top of the social hierarchy within a political ideology. And what they called out in the beginning of the show, although they haven't necessarily called it out so far in the past like 30 minutes, is they called out the fact that there are perverse social clout parasites and predators who have latched on to the far right and therefore have made the right worse and have actually made the mirror of the progressive left, the worst excesses of the progressive left. And what he said recently, which I think is true, regardless of whether or not you moralize it, is that a fascistic rip back to the right that a lot of dissident right-wing people are doing on the internet is a ideological response to the worst excesses of progressivism. And if you talk to the supporters in particular of dissident right-wing figures, that's almost always the narrative. The narrative is, oh, I was a liberal, I was pretty tolerant, I didn't mind gay people, I didn't mind trans people, but then they did X, and now I know we need to take back society. And the X can be whatever. It can be they flooded our society with a bunch of immigrants. It can be, I saw an HBO show with a graphic homosexual sex scene. It can be a drag queen story hour. It can be a trans person in sports. But they take what they view, and maybe I view to some degree, a progressive excess, and they use that as a pretext for culture war for why they're joining the far right, the dissident right. So I think that's pretty interesting, to be honest. Eric Dom says, thank you for that explanation. I hope to help create liberal politics, individuals being free with the social safety net, but a conservative culture, personal responsibility, going to church on Sundays. Eric Dom, you and I, we are same. You and I are same. One of the craziest flips to me is John McCain's daughter. How the F do you claim to love your dad and go full MAGA after he made fun of your dad for being a pal? Yeah, that is, I can't believe that happened. I remember her, it used to be McCain and Cheney, the daughters, used to beef with the Trump crowd, and Liz Cheney, she still fights with MAGA all the time. If that gal, McCain, jumped in with MAGA, I actually view that as like repulsive and gross. And she lacks the spine that her father had. Fascism 1.0 was also a response to the far left. Yeah, literally, not literally. actually, and look at this fit, bro. Somebody was criticizing Jordan Peterson's suit. Number one, I love this suit. Look at these shoes, bro. They're Oxford shoes, but they're like teal. Not teal, they're like aqua, as Vosh would say. Fascism. So Hitler's Nazism was a response to socialism, 100%. These people, if they were honest, were not really liberals. They were politically unaware. Yeah, probably. I had to watch gays holding hands, and my Uber Eats driver didn't speak English, so I had no choice but to become a fascist. True. All right. I need to use the restroom, but I'm not going to deny you content. I'm going to play this. I'll be back in 90 seconds.
They'll destroy everything that they can't have. And then we're looking at, beastly behavior, and I don't mean animals.
So maybe we could lay out some of the behavioral markers so that, because we might as well make this concrete. I can tell you what I've observed about the behavior of psychopathic parasites online. Okay.
Sure.
Maybe if you have 5 of these, you're one of them. You know what I mean?
That's
so
often
any one alone isn't enough.
Right. Diagnostic criteria.
So in the comment sections, for example, anonymity is a marker.
Mm-hmm.
Use of a transgressive cover name, often satanic, often. So, and it's tongue in cheek, but no, it's not.
Yeah.
Derisive language, right? So that would be language indicative of contempt.
Yeah.
Contempt's a really toxic emotion, contempt and disgust. Hitler used disgust language to characterize the Jews, not fear language.
That's right.
And you destroy things you're disgusted by.
That's right.
You stay away from things you're afraid of.
He says in Mein Kampf that early in the book, in the second chapter, that one of the best moments, he doesn't say it's the best moment of my life, but he realizes, and it's clear that he's very happy about it, was the moment when he realized that the Jew is not a German and the German is not a Jew.
Right.
That's disgust.
Right. Absolutely. They use derisive and contemptuous, what do you call those? LOL.
All right. Eric Dom says, off to call my sis and mom. Have a good one. We'll come back later if you're still streaming. Excellent, Eric Dom. Thank you for your contributions to chat. Very much appreciated.
Is a good example.
Oh, yeah. Dismissive kind of.
Acronyms.
Yeah, acronyms. Okay.
Now, there's lulz culture online.
Yes, of course.
I do it for the lulz. And that's a hallmark of sadism. Now, those people who do those things, so those are 4 or 5 things: anonymity, pathological nom de plume, derisive language, and then the use of these contemptuous and cool acronyms. Belittling, they use the word dude. That's a real good marker.
Yeah.
Or they'll use a derisive nickname to kind of equalize the playing field.
Yeah. I'm Jimmy a lot.
You're Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Diminutive. They'll use a diminutive.
Jimmy Concepts instead of Conceptual James.
Sorry. I'm going to make fun of this momentarily, okay? Harmonic Fox says, I got to go to work, but then I'm going to go see Jimmy Eat World. Nice. Bruh. Yeah, Commander Haircut says, Trump. Yeah, that hurts his feelings. Jimmy Concepts. Yo, okay, hold up. So this is where they're going too far. Okay, they're going too far. Where they think that aggressive millennial and Zoomer internet shit posting is some kind of like pathology, and this is where I feel like this might be boomer brain. I did just walk into this, so maybe I'm presuming too much from the internet. Yeah, dude, bro. You know what I hate? I hate chief and guy. Where it's like, that's a really bad look, my guy. Dude, every time a lefty says my guy or chief, I become a little bit more Christian nationalist. So if you want me to not become a fascist, then you need to stop using chief and my guy whenever you're replying to me in a tweet. But like, there's a component of this, which I'm sure that there are trolls who have come after them, who have used diminutive language in order to get their goat, in order to trigger them to debate them online. Dude is now Satanism. I know, it's crazy, right? What is Connie Points talking about now? Exactly, dude. There was somebody who called me Connie when I was in middle school repeatedly until I hit them. So, Nowadays, there, as you grow up, you become more mature and more comfortable in your own skin. I had a friend. I love this guy, Mr. Prack, and he was my workout buddy in Iraq. We went to the gym together like 6 days a week for 6 months, and I credit him for giving me a passion for working out. And he gave me a girl nickname too. And instead of punching him, his girl nickname for me was Shelly. I just accepted it and I endorsed it and I embraced it because he's simultaneously emasculating me, by calling me a girl's name while we're engaged in the most masculine behavior possible, which is taking very heavy things and moving them. So, dude, why you got to hate on my guy? You got a beef, chief? Anyways, sorry, I need to make a point. Part of this is shit posting, though, where these guys have worked really hard in order to achieve all of their academic credentials, and some of them are good and some of them are bad, but then they also have cringe takes every now and then, and they're just human. And ultimately, we're all just humans, and we put on our pants one leg at a time, if you wear pants, or if you put on your skirt, you put on your skirt one leg at a time, right? So them getting offended that their credentials and professional and social achievements are being reduced by somebody calling them dude or bro, I think that's kind of funny, actually. That would encourage me to do it more. So, anyways. Harmonic was the last one. That hurt their feelings. Sleepy Joe. Yeah. They're dancing around Trump the entire time, and they pretend that they are. Comes off as overly sensitive, says Kalili. I agree. What is Connie Points talking about right now? We're breaking down the woke right civil war, which is pretty funny. I'm not your buddy, guy. The South Park references abound. Christian Blair says, Valor Media Network, you don't seem to have a problem with Bud. No, I love Bud. Bud's a great one. I love Dude. I love Guy. I love Bud. These are all great. Speedrun, only refer to Connor by Guy in Chief. Yeah, dude, if you want me to lose it, then criticize me while saying my guy or chief at the end. Shelly, good. I love Shelly. I wish I still hung out with Prack so I could get called Shelly more, because it reminds me of a time where we were just like young men in a war zone, working out, eating good food. It was a good time. Yeah, exactly. Well, QC John, they would hate where I'm from. We call everyone Bubby. Exactly. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. And you know who ended up canceling them? The far right. That's what ended up happening. The far right. All right. Quick chill, then we'll get back into it. We're making good time. We got like 20 minutes left. So, like the stream if you haven't liked it already. It's free and it helps us in the algorithm. Engage in the chat or engage in the comment section. It helps us in the algorithm so other people know that we're live and they can catch the VOD. Also, be sure to tell your friends about the stream. If you think that if you have like a veteran friend who thinks that they would enjoy the content, they would have a good time hanging out with the chat. They're like a tech bro or they're like a stock guy and they have to go through hours and hours and hours of working their butts off, and they can listen to something entertaining while they do so, then obviously encourage them to come and hang out in the stream. I want them to come and hang out as well. Then what I would also say is I know the economy is not great, but if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, then super chats are appreciated but never required. I do want to shout out Casey from Long Island for a super chat early in the stream, and the Dashing Rogue for a super chat early in the stream. Thank you kindly for your donations, and if you feel so inclined, please do so as well. Kalili says, I do miss people being as purely sincere as Jordan Peterson sometimes, though. Communicating through layers of irony is exhausting. I agree with you. Earnestness is its own currency in the post-ironic era, where caring about something can be refreshing. And so I invite you to do that here. You can, we'll engage in sarcasm, we'll be funny, we'll use chief, bro, dude, whatever, but caring about things is cool. Sacred Snow says, JBP's prophecy came full circle for Ethan. He didn't realize it would come full circle for him. I guess it's just a good prophecy, huh? They took off tariffs on Rolls-Royce engines. How can the economy be bad? Wow. Awesome. Slippin' Jimmy. Yeah, that's Cameron Mosley. That's what we need to say. We need to be slippy Jimmy concepts. Slippin' Jimmy concepts. James is very similar to Rabbi Shmuley in the sense that he has the opposite effect of people that he intends. Maybe. I'm still going to cheer him on, though, when he does something I like. So be a Care Bear. We like bears here, so be a Care Bear. Exactly. Maybe that'll be our tribal group, the Care Bears. All right. Anyways, I've been yapping. Let's go.
Right.
That started on the left, and now the right uses it.
Right. Yeah. So those are markers. What else have I seen? An insane rise in explicit anti-Semitism. And that's been going on for about 5 years, and it's worse
Nazi,
all the time.
And Nazi apology.
Yeah, well, that's
which isn't just the apology too. Yeah. It's the transgression. It's the post the meme, sometimes meant to be funny, so you have plausible deniability, or the other social functions of humor come into play. But they'll post the meme of Hitler. Why? Because you're not supposed to.
Yeah,
that's why. So you have norms of decency around different things. And one of those norms in, again, mainstream healthy society has been that we're not going to valorize Nazis. We're not going to lionize these guys. And you have, I'm not talking about the historians or whatever else that are coming out and rehashing David Irving or any of that. I'm talking about these, to use the word that's on the internet, shit posters, who come and post pictures of Hitler with a smile on his face, or they're translating his speeches into English and clipping out parts where he's rousing Germany to a cheerful future. Oh, he just loves his country. That's one of the messages they put. They love it. I'm sorry. Read Mein Kampf. Actually read it. He's utterly clear about the point of his state is to preserve the race, and the biggest pollution of the race, to preserve it against pollution of inferior races. And the most inferior race is the Jews. Yeah, absolutely clear. The demonization is absolutely visible in 25 when he publishes that, way before they say, well, it took until 38, 39, maybe 42 when Churchill got involved. That's when they had to really start hating the Jews. And no, that current is all the way back to the beginning. So this shit
won't say her name. What? They won't say Shelley? What name won't they say? Then Razzle Cherry says mainstream healthy society loves Kanye's new song. Razzle Cherry, I told my wife about Kanye's new song. She hated it. I actually thought it was kind of funny to watch a few dozen black men screaming, Heil that gentleman, the Austrian painter. I thought it was kind of funny, and I thought the beat was great. That being said, I think it probably comes from like a pretty messed up place psychologically. That being said, it is catchy. So I think I'm schizophrenic, though. I think I spend way too much time in the dissident right wing and dissident left wing media spheres. And so I think I am post-irony poisoned. So, Candace Owens? Oh, for normalizing? Yeah. I think they agreed to a rule at the beginning of the show where they said they weren't going to say the names of the people that they were criticizing negatively. I almost wonder if that's a mistake, though. Now, long term, I think they should call these people out. If they want to warm up their audiences to a conflict between, like, let's call it the normie right and the woke right, then I understand this tactic, but I think in the long term, they need to name names. They need to actually have this battle. She's a woman, though. I'm sure she's a good woman, but still a woman. Why, Candace Owens? Jeez. Going from Jesus Walks to Heil Austrian Painter is one hell of an arc. Yeah. Kanye hasn't had a good song since Jesus. I'm not sure what his songs are, but obviously, like, I love Stronger from back in the day. I love Gold Digger from back in the day. I'm trying to think of what else, but, pretty much any Daft Punk remix song that he did, I thought was amazing. I'm trying to think of any of the other really big ones. Ninjas in Paris, classic. I love all that stuff. I think Kanye is, regardless of whether or not him being schizophrenic, I think he's an incredibly talented artist. Okay, Sogo says, Austrian Painter sounds like a documentary title for the biography of Hitler. I mean, it relatively is. The audience will never make the connection unless you name drop. I agree. Your people need to be called out. Agreed. And that's where, for now, if they're just warming up their audience, that's fine. But I know for a fact that if they came out and they were like, Candace Owens is a piece of garbage. Who else would they probably hate? Jack Posobiec's a piece of garbage. Who else? Elijah Schaefer is a piece of garbage. And Nick Fuentes is a piece of garbage. of course, what would happen is all 4 of those creators would make reply hit pieces, and then you're in a drama cycle where your audiences are fighting between those creators, and then also the creators are going tit for tat on reply pieces. That already happened. Even without them naming names, that already happened. Razzle Cherry says they will lose their entire audience to Nick if it becomes a real debate. They're making the right play, even if it's 1 or 2 bad choices. They can't ignore us forever. Razzle Cherry, I think you thou dost presume too much about Groyper supremacy. You know, having tens of thousands of young male schizophrenics is an achievement. I'm not going to deny that for Mr. Nick Fuentes. However, I think you underestimate how off-putting, radical, anti-Israeli, anti-Jewish Christian nationalism is to the normie. Yep. Anyways.
Posting problem. So that's part of the enabling of the psychopaths by the free social media platforms, right? By the costless social media platforms. Do you have any sense? So we're working out ways to identify people.
Swarm behavior, by the way, is another one.
Another marker. So you'll get one of these derisive replies, and within minutes it'll get 600 likes on it. You don't know how that happened. From an account with 30 followers, and your reply somehow gets 600 likes in a minute or 2 minutes, and then everybody piles like
up.
A biblical plague of locusts.
And then they jump in on you and say you got ratioed. Of course, a lot of it's bots that people bought. But what they do is they say, my comment was more popular than your comment, therefore you're not very interesting and we're very interesting, so we're ascendant. And by the way, that's psychologically really impactful if you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Razzle Cherry, they're talking about you, bro. They're talking about you, bro.
Definitely.
You feel like the crowd, they tell me this all the time. We're all laughing at you. We're all laughing at you. We're all laughing at you.
Yeah, right.
It's very sophisticated psychological torment. Unfortunately for my antagonist,
hallmark of sadism.
I understand the game, and therefore,
does it affect you?
Only when I'm not prepared for the pathway by which it comes.
So Celeste Plantagenet York says, importantly, Cannibal Corpse is on tour. It was spelled Cannibalism Corpse, but I think we're chalking that up to autocorrect. And then Jonah Boy correctly points out that sounds like there's some Twitter PTSD going on. And listen, guys, I'm going to be real with you, okay? Ever since Keffels, okay, for those of you who don't know, there's a character named Keffels who's a trans right activist who allegedly defrauded her audience of $100,000 in order to sue the Canadian government for discrimination because she got swatted. That's Keffels. And she has been in and out of the Twitch and YouTube political streaming game for a while now. But she was a derisive figure, and she ratioed so many people, like literally dozens, hundreds, thousands of people. And she probably botted, but she also probably had a pretty diehard, hardcore progressive audience that was excited to do this swarm behavior in order to defeat right-wing personalities on Twitter. And ever since then, I'm not going to lie, I have not cared about ratios. And it's not because, like, it isn't fun. Obviously, it's fun to have a popular opinion that makes somebody else look like an idiot. That, of course, that's fun. I love doing that on Twitter. However, the truth is the truth. So even if you have an unpopular opinion, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I get 0 likes and the other person gets 1,000. If I'm correct about the world, I'm correct about the world. And so that's where I think they call it like an appeal to populism. The ad populum argument. And ad populum is dumb as hell. So don't fall into the trap of thinking just because you got you have a position and it's well liked by people that somehow you're correct. That's like the Ethan Klein, Hassan Piker debate. Hassan Piker is pro-Palestine, and to some degrees he's pro-terrorism. And there are tens of thousands of people who reassure him every single day that he is fundamentally correct in his perspectives, even though the guy is an absolute idiot. He wakes up and he bounces from confirmation to confirmation that he is the world's greatest man to ever live. There are women who DM him. There are fans that DM him. There are people in power in Hollywood, in DC, who reach out to him because they want to socialize with him. Everybody, even his greatest critics, say that he's intelligent, or not intelligent. They definitely don't say that he's intelligent. They say that he's attractive. He receives constant validation for his perspectives, and yet I have never seen a more moronic, incorrect person carried to such heights of power besides perhaps Donald Trump. So, no. Arguments ad populum are exactly that. They're a bunch of morons liking their moron parasocial leader. It has nothing to do with correctness. And I think James, and I appreciate the earnestness with which Jordan Peterson and James are admitting to the fact that social media bugs them and the harassment bugs them and getting dogpiled bugs them. I appreciate their earnestness, and yet they are supposed to be thought leaders in the world, and I think they have important arguments to make in the world. So I think that they need to think about this in a more sophisticated way. Razzlecherry says, to call this sadism is crazy, bro. We have more likes than you on Twitter, James. Chill. Unfortunately, I very much agree with Razzlecherry. Very much. Common Keffels W. I don't know if it's common. Possum Nation says, Connor, that's really cool if you ever collab with Preston Stewart or Chris Cappy. Yeah, I've DM'd Cappy. We've DM'd back and forth a few times. I should reach out to him to see if he'd be willing to do a stream. Eric Bear says, the average person is not taught a long list of logical fallacies and biases, so they cannot care for them whenever their leadership displays them. That's a good point. Soko says, Hassan absolutely lives in the closet politically. I'm only going to read. Who is he talking about? He's talking about groypers. That's who he's talking about, because I would say Christian nationalists who follow Nick Fuentes are probably Conceptual James's biggest critics. There's a high amount of corruption in the common sense of the average person in all groups. We are dealing with high levels of the dark sides of tribalism. I mean, Eric Bear, this is the first time that I'm seeing you in chat within the past 90 minutes, but I would say the past 90 minutes of streaming has almost exclusively been about that topic.
When I'm aware of it, no. But not at all, except maybe to encourage me. Somebody put up a meme of me the other day, and it shows like a guy building a castle standing inside the wall, a big giant guy, and it's me. And there's all these people throwing rocks, and it says on the meme, it says, James when his haters throw rocks at him, and I'm building a castle out of all the stones they throw at me. And so no, not so much, except they can catch you off guard. They can catch you off guard. And what catches you off guard the most, and this is the power of the struggle session, what will catch you off guard the most is when one of your friends buys it.
Yep, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
They see it, and
I'll say this: STV Philly and I, he's a rabid progressive, and I've always been who I've always been. I've always been like a center right character. But STV Philly is a successful YouTuber who breaks down crime and events in the city of Philadelphia, and he swims around in the progressive circles. He has gone out of his way multiple times to comment on my criticisms of Hassan Piker, effectively letting me know that he agrees with and thinks that Hassan Piker is like relevant, intelligent, and worthy of consideration. And STV Philly and I have had decently long conversations in the past. You know, it is shocking when you have somebody with whom you associate, who you generally speaking think is a good dude, and then they endorse something that you think is mind-numbingly stupid. I'm sure that you, as chatters in my chat, can probably sympathize with that emotional reaction, considering you're watching me. And then same thing with, there's one other guy, Ali. I love Ali. I think he's a good dude. I'm happy he had a kid. I'm happy he's doing well with his family. He's another streamer that I participate with on panels. I think he's a decently smart, kind, intelligent guy. And yet we viciously disagree on jihadism, jihadist terrorism, and politics in the Middle East and North Africa. He is infinitely more sympathetic and charitable to people in the Middle East and North Africa and jihadists than I would ever be. Commander Haircut says, can we call the complaints about getting ratioed soy, since we know that pissed them off? 100%. Drop the soy bombs. Release the soy bomb attack. Christian Blair says, he is going after you because you defend Destiny. STV Philly or Ali? Because I think both of them have criticized the fact that I'm still friendly with Destiny. While the far right are having a civil war, either way, both are bad. 100%. Welcome to the non-woke right / center left.
And they go with the people that are haranguing you.
Mm-hmm.
That's when it'll get you. That's when it'll affect you.
True.
So the proliferation of this kind of pathology seems to be linked to
Another characteristic is the attempt to get people to distance themselves from you.
Sorry, James is such a yapper. There was a Piers Morgan interview where Jordan Peterson would not shut the fudge up. He just would not shut up. And every time he seemed like he was going to stop, he just didn't. And I think it's funny, but this dude is the same way. He will not shut up.
I face that very frequently.
Right.
You want to get away from him. He's contaminated.
Yeah, well, that's discussed terminology.
That's right.
Again, right? You're
That's
the
right.
carrier of something pathological.
That's right.
Yeah. So the social media platforms. So Musk's perspective.
Sorry, Christian Valeris brings up something frustrating for me. Is you have a bad debate or conversation with someone, and then you just think that they're the most evil person in the world because they publicly embarrassed you. I think that's a very silly way to conduct yourself. Rob Knorr, for instance, I used terms to describe him to his face that violated terms of service and got us both a temporary suspension from Twitch. And I still feel that way, right? You know, he was calling me some bad names. I called him some bad names, right? But, you know, let bygones be bygones. He's paying his bills. He's taking care of his family. He's trying to do the right thing. You know, I hate that he supports MAGA, but water off a duck's ass, in my opinion.
And Rogan's to some degree too, mine for that matter, is that the best antiseptic is sunlight. But there might be a flaw in that reasoning, and maybe you can help me think it through. When I'm sitting across from you, I bear the weight of my words, right? It's going to have an impact on the net, but it's also going to impact the relationship I have with you. And so I'm constrained or regulated. I'm regulated in my utterances by consequences. And so there's never been a time really where free speech existed without reputational weight. Now, maybe pamphleteering and that sort of thing, but that's trivial compared to what we have now.
Right.
I mean, how many people can you get your pamphlet to? And what sort of effect is that going to have? That was back in the time of writing, but now your pathology can multiply virtually without end. And then I'm thinking, well, maybe it's necessary. I thought for Twitter, for example, that there should be two sections. There should be a section where people's identification is validated and a section for the anonymous trolls. And that should be demarcated. So you can go visit hell land of trolls if you want, but you know that they're not real people.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with that, as far as I can tell, is the digital ID problem. I mean, the net allows people to escape the reputational consequences of their psychopathology, their destructive, sadistic, corrosive, power-mad, hedonistic psychopathology. It's a terrible thing. And people have no idea how dangerous it is. But if you verify IDs electronically, then we walk down the route to Chinese totalitarianism, something like that, as far as I can.
And if you read the original documentation, Stanford University has its DigiChina project and translates Chinese documents. 2014, they're putting forth a social credit system, and they actually explain that the purpose of the social credit system is to achieve a perfect socialism, because it's not just a social control mechanism. It's a Pavlovian training mechanism.
Right, nudging.
It's like your life becomes a video game nudging you to hold the beliefs that the state wants you to have.
Well, the man who just got elected prime minister in Canada, he says two quite stunning things in his book, which no Canadians read because we'll leave that lie. 75% of the world's fossil fuels have to stay in the ground. Okay, that's 75% of the world's fossil fuels have to stay in the ground. Okay, that's proposition number one. And he's made that a centerpiece of his thinking for 20 years. There's no priority guiding every financial decision by every individual and every corporation that should be prioritized higher than decarbonization. That means every single thing, and then he says, of course, there'll be losers in consequence of that, but it's a price we're willing to pay. We have to pay the sacrifice of others. So this is a man who thinks that net zero is the proper game, and that if you were a moral actor, decarbonization would be your God.
Yeah.
Right? Regulate every single one of your decisions. Well, out of that comes the kind of pathocracy that you described. It's like,
hold on, I want to address this separately from everything else we're talking about, because I think we're moving into something specific. So Razzle Cherry says, MAGA is so neocon at this point, I'd expect you might like it. Well, my question is this, because I've heard neoconservative talking points described in reference to MAGA in various ways. Neoconservatism can 100% be co-opted into an actual fascistic, imperial, slaughterous murder machine. So I don't know if I would like it necessarily. I have pretty nuanced opinions when it comes to American militarism. But the question is whether or not you mean that because we're like pro-Israel and going to bomb Iran. I think that's bad policy, right? I argue for neoconservatism and American strength, but part of American strength is also American intelligence. So even verified accounts for trolls, lol. I wouldn't mind the verification system, because I would 100% put on an ID for Twitter, and then I would jump into both spaces. I would participate in the highfalutin verified ID Twitter space, and I would participate in the troll hell on earth fighting Twitter, because I think that's the real Twitter. I might like nice Twitter to exchange highfalutin ideas with highfalutin people, but I think the real Twitter is the shit post, copy of hell that is the Twitter landscape. Christian Blair says, oh snap, something him and Destiny have in common. Interesting. Ratios are so pointless, but gosh darn the dopamine hit. True. Peterson, the meanest Canadian. True. Then Canada politics be like... Bruh.